That's what we got D&D to look forward to.
All right.
You should put a short on my chugging. I just did.
That's what you should do.
True, yeah, we all should chug. Recapping last session, you guys were in the midst of a dungeon dive. You guys got to the final floor, and as you continue to explore, you guys notice that slowly the dungeon kind of turned into this mossy, mushroomy, glowy wasteland. And as you guys trekked forward, you found who you guys knew would be the Duke. Mortimer was his name, and he actually got to hear a few of the party members of their curses, but under the power of Rhaegal, he turned on you guys, which you guys couldn't hold off any further. Fought him, slayed him, and destroyed the elevator down to the Underdark. And as it sits currently, you guys are kind of running out of the dungeon with 8 hellhounds chasing you.
Run!
So, with that,
It was me and Sylvan, right?
yeah, you and Sylvan were the ones that walked into the room, and there was 8 hellhounds kind of feasting.
I love this app because it just saves all your stuff.
I know. Oh,
So
yeah.
when I got a new phone, it deleted all of it. But thankfully, I just went back and created like a couple of my characters that are still with us, and I like would hit restore purchases so that I didn't have to at least pay for it again.
Yeah, that's
That
nice.
was nice, but like I still kind of lost all the actual.
Honestly, this is like the best money I've ever spent.
Oh,
It was a
it's
dollar.
single
Yeah,
dollar.
it's a
They could
dollar.
easily charge tax.
Two, maybe.
Yeah.
$10 would still be worth it.
Oh, for sure.
Because it has every spell we
Earl,
can do.
it's
when
way
you
better
switch
than
up.
using the back of the
And
those back of the sheets.
And when they update too,
They
you
automatically
get all the
update.
new like
Yeah,
New
so-
spells and
like I'm
stuff.
sure
I was
when
gonna
the
say
D&D,
something they come up
when
with.
D&D 1 comes out, do you think it's going to update to that?
I bet it will.
I bet it will. It should.
They'll probably have to have an update.
Because I think the guy who does it just basically takes it from all the source books and then just imports it in. So I'm assuming it would be.
Because they have all the new. They have like the new stuff.
It's like
D&D1?
kind of new
It's changing the
rules.
rules of all of them.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
It's making it.
So like a wizard might not even have magic missile anymore, or like a sorcerer might not have fireball anymore.
Because we're in
Stuff
5th
like
edition right now, and
Yeah.
it's like the next step from 5th
Yeah, instead
edition.
of going like six, like
Yeah,
7,
yeah,
8,
yeah.
I think they're just doing 1, and then it's gonna be just like
Like they're
it's gonna
changing
just
everything.
I think it's more like you can do more homebrew, but there's more like homebrew guidelines to where like
Oh,
you have
yeah.
to follow things.
Yeah, so like it helps. I think it's supposed to help you in a sense of like, if this is a rule, like here's how to
Apply it to your
apply it,
campaign.
or like make things not because like there's so many spells
Oh,
and
yeah.
so many rules that like are kind of confusing in wording,
Mm-hmm.
and they just I think are trying to simplify it so that like everything's more cohesive between like systems rather than it kind of be separate.
When's that supposed to be out?
Not
It
for
said,
a while.
it
I
said
think.
2024.
Oh shit.
I think they said too they want to focus on like specialization because like right now, like all the spellcasters have like all the same spells. Like anyone, like sorcerers, wizards only cast fireball, and they want to change it to where like if you're a wizard, you're only casting wizard spells and doing like wizard things.
Well,
not
it's just
just-
like fireballs are the best spell.
Yeah.
It's a third level spell.
I think
mean,
they're also trying to make it so that you can be more unique between the races.
Yeah.
Like certain races have like the humans, you get a feat right away, or like you kind of get a +1 to everything,
Yeah.
right? They're trying to make it so like, oh, if you want to be a dragonborn, but it doesn't make sense to be like, I don't know, an artificer,
Yeah.
because like your
Yeah, it doesn't help with
racial
that.
class things don't really help you.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
think
yeah.
it's supposed to help with that. You know, like you can just do whatever you want, or like
You get a 2 in 1.
yeah.
Yeah.
Because it seems like
I don't know why
if you're
they do
known,
that.
you're like an artificer or you're something intelligence based, then like, well, why don't you want to be like, you can be a big barbarian if you want to, and this kind of helps it, I think.
They've got
Yeah.
even like Baldur's Gate's got more flex. Like that's probably what it'll be.
Yeah.
You can choose what you want to play.
Yeah,
There's
that's
a lot
a lot
more
more- yeah.
flexibility to
I
it.
think what they need to do is like for each race, you just have like one race ability, and then your like player scores are just what you choose.
Yeah.
Because the
Yeah.
thing that's dumb about it is like some races are like OP as shit for certain classes. Because,
Or gets a barbarian.
yeah, like things like that.
Or the
Where,
variant human, I think.
where like there should be like a little difference. Like if you're gonna be orc barbarian, it might be a little better since you get savage attacker, but like you should be able to still be whatever you want to be an elf barbarian if you wanted to and not take the
That
penalty.
is kind of, not to keep going on a tangent, but like, it is nice on like D&D Beyond though. Like you can like, they have a thing where you can choose your own, and you can kind of create it based
Yeah.
on something else, but then you still kind of have to like buy something to get those options. But
Well, it's kind of almost like too in the same sense like when you pick like a warlock. Like a warlock, 99% of the reason people take warlock is to do Eldritch Blast as a cantrip.
Mhm.
That's the main draw.
Yeah.
Because
It's
it's
your
your
best
fucking
spell.
insane. Like, and it's
Because
because
like, you get to all those invocations.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You get
Oh, yeah.
buffed it, yeah. You get Hex, you get the Fiend.
See, sorcerers I think do a good job of like being special though, because they're the only ones who get Eldritch Blast, Hex, a lot of those ones. But like wizards, like
Plus rebuke.
we're just like you can
Rebuke is good.
sorcerers in general. You just have the sorcery points,
yeah,
and like the stuff they can just do with those in general is like way different.
But yeah, like what you said, like variant human, I think is easily the strongest class because you can take variant human into anything and it's good.
yeah.
If you roll a 17, you're
Yeah, you
looking
get a free
good.
feed.
Because if you can get it to an 18, then at level 4 you take it to a 20.
Yeah.
But if you roll a 16, it's nice to have a +2 because or else it takes you 2 ability scores.
But the feat does matter anyways. Like
Oh, the feat's
the
better
feat
than
is way more important than one just
Than
ability
one
score.
Oh yeah.
100%. Alright. Alright. Sorry.
we're back!
Hey, we're sending this to D&D trainers. You just listen to our little tangent there.
Semi-professional D&D players over here. Wizards of the Coast better take notes.
We just realized, like, why are we talking
Who's our
about this?
big
They're
follower
idiots.
again? Who's the guy that got?
Oh, it's the guy that.
Sarah's
I
the
don't
big
know.
follower.
No,
We're
no,
talking about-
Sarah, who's that?
No, the
Yeah,
guy's name
jackass.
is
Oh, we need to complain like why?
No,
what
what was Tom's guy's name? Because it was
Oh,
it was
John,
it was whatever Tom.
David.
David, because we
David,
killed David. And he's like, the guy's comment was like, why am I watching this?
Yeah, that guy's name was David?
Yeah, the guy's name was David. I'm pretty
David,
sure.
we're glad you get that D&D information. We're trying to post you out.
Yeah. Maybe a little education on the old
What if
D&D.
he's watching every session now?
There's no
This is
way.
bullshit. Why am I doing this? Oh shit, they're back.
Can't help it.
My God, I was recommend I gotta see what bullshit they're up to. Okay, anyways, yes, you're on your way out of this dungeon, escaping some hounds at the rear.
What would you guys like to do? They're not like hot on your ass right now, but when you guys walked in, you guys saw 16 set of eyes just kind of form at you, and you heard some, and you guys heard the start charging.
Can I get the map up to like remember where we're at?
We on floor 2?
Because we went back that one way, right? Didn't we?
We want.
I mean,
Like
we,
top right.
we could say that like you know the way out.
I guess,
You know
yeah.
the path.
Hey, guys.
Like more so, what do you guys want to
We
do?
weren't going out, I don't think.
I want to dash.
I start chasing after them too.
Or I guess yeah, you could.
I'm just trying to think where we're in the map. Then we go back up that way.
So we went this way, then we went this way, then we went up.
Yeah, that's what I thought. We took the like other way from the.
Because we went this way first, then we came back.
Then I basically would make a ghillie suit. Yeah. It would add +10 to my stealth.
Jeez.
It was fucking hilarious.
This. So yeah, we're right here.
Oh yeah, okay.
And we were running, because we were running. But yeah. So does this just pull down, dude?
Yeah, no, that's just you do that. There you go.
Alright.
Yeah, I'll dash out with
Yeah, I'm gonna
Sylvan.
just dash. Okay.
We should probably get out of here, Sigmund.
Yes, let's move fast.
And I'm gonna yell.
Everybody, go! We gotta get out of here.
As you hear the little green dragonborn come back with his torch as he's running, you guys start hearing echoes of barks coming from the place where Sylvan and Sigmund are running from.
Yeah, I'm gonna continue. I'm gonna keep going.
Yep.
I'm probably gonna dash again. And then where does that get me to? 2 dashes.
I'll say that gets you. So if you're in there, 1, 2, I'd say that gets you like right where you are right now.
Where are we
And
at?
then I think this was the,
The room we came down in.
and that was the water.
Yeah. Do we know how to get out of here? You just said we like
I would say like knowing you've been through most of this section, right? So you know exactly where you came from.
Okay, so we know where to backtrack, but we don't know like the.
You don't know what the other rooms entail if you haven't been in there.
Yeah.
But you definitely know how to backtrack.
Okay.
Because you'll see like certain maybe like signs on the wall or scrapes that like from maybe
And like bodies
so
of
like
the.
bones or something. Yeah. I would say you know, especially like going into a room for like a split second and like having your torch out or light spell out, you'd be like, oh yeah, this is that room. Keep going the other way, or keep going in that direction. So yeah,
I think we should probably go back up the water. Probably good to get out of here.
I think we can do that. Swim up.
It's not like a waterfall, but it's like a little stream. You guys
swim through it, right?
You guys could get up. Like it's not like super hard. It's just like a little stream of water.
Just like water running over rocks.
Yeah.
I would say it would probably be taking like half your movement though.
I'll start going that way.
Okay.
Just so you guys know, there's 8 hellhounds coming. So.
And so yeah, with that, everyone, who's all doing that?
I'm following.
Yeah, I'll take it up the rear.
Okay. Taking it up the rear, he says. As you guys start moving along, too, sort of that pink kind of glow and green glow coming from what seems to be transitioning into the Underdark kind of fades out, and it's more so your guys' torch lights and magical lights and stuff like that. So you're coming back to that more cave-like scenery. But everyone roll athletics checks. Everyone will be fine unless they roll a crit fail, pretty much.
There we go.
We're going at 20.
Oh, fuck, you actually get a boat and you just start rowing up the river.
14 athletics, you said?
Yep.
I got a 15.
I just guidance myself here. Athletics?
Yep. Okay. Yeah, you guys are all fine. You're kind of chopping through this water as it's kind of difficult just because it's running down kind of where you guys fell. Yeah, everyone seems to make it up. Even Bradley seems to make it up into this next room, and yeah, you guys are now
You
on
still
the
hear barking?
second floor. You do, but it's not like you hear any water splashing. Yeah, so you feel like you have pretty good ground on them.
You see, I'll keep jogging. I'll keep running.
Okay.
And I'm just gonna keep heading out of here.
So, do you guys just want to leave the cave? We don't have to go through every room if you don't want to.
Because we're on floor 2 again.
Yeah.
Can you bring up floor 2?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I just don't remember what the hell the floors really look like.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they're chasing us too much right now, but we should keep moving. Do we wanna leave? I don't have too much abilities left.
I'd say if they're chasing us, we just.
Yeah, I believe we probably
should just get out.
get out of here.
I think so.
I don't think we left anything unchecked.
We can always come back.
For sure. Yes. You lead the way,
So
so
we're here.
Yeah, you're done.
So yeah, well,
We're
we'll
just
just
now.
continue to go
'Cause-
out.
Okay.
I know we rested once, and I know it's been like since like a day since we've been here. When we're like leaving, I want to see like for any signs of like any other movement or anything else going through the rooms that we
Yeah.
kind of passed through.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what check that would be.
Investigation.
2 nat 20s in a row.
Holy shit!
That's rare.
Yeah, you guys notice, or Sigmund, you notice that as you're running through, you find that room where there's that stone in the middle, where the Hellhound came in
Yeah.
and took Sylvan's tail off, and you guys killed it. That's all still there. As you move throughout the cave system, again, nothing seems to be misplaced or
Okay.
anything like that. You seem to see everything as it was, all the dead ghouls, nothing's changed in that,
Okay.
in that sense. So
Cool.
that's it.
I'll keep heading out.
All right. So we'll say as time passes, you guys sprint out, and eventually you're at the first level, and you're kind of at that cave entrance where you see the river running into the cave. And with that, you see the green lights of Skull Forest out ahead of you. And with that, we'll say everyone exits the cave, and you are now kind of at the riverbed.
Is it like midday?
Do a survival check.
I thought we'd be figuring her out. 6.
Yeah, you know the sun's shining. It's kind of hard to tell with the trees. You don't really know.
I'm really figuring that I believe it's around midday, give or take about 8 hours.
It's a pretty broad range there, Sigmund.
Hey, I'm not paid to tell you the weather. Paid to slay these monsters.
Is there a meteorologist in
Yes.
Skull
Have you heard of a guy named Mark Schnackenberg?
Oh yeah, I think
He's very
I'm sure I
interesting
watched
weather.
the nightly news. There's a show one night.
I think the thing we need to focus on is getting the other 2 members rid of this curse.
I agree, and I think in order to do that, the only thing I can think of is trying to go talk to the king, seeing if he has a contact we could.
Do you think we should do a deed for him first to do something that helps the town? So
We do have information now, though. We know what this is.
True.
I think I don't. We might be the ones that know it.
This was
Nobody
deep.
in Oldstead seemed to know.
Mm-hmm.
And this might be far enough where the town hasn't noticed it either. We're a couple hours out, aren't we?
Yeah.
I'm not sure how he's gonna handle it. That there's monsters from the Underdark and ghouls and things like that coming out.
Well, maybe. Well, and that I think, depending on where the other ones are, I mean, we probably helped Skullgar in that regard. You know, if they would have brought him out, I think Skullgar would be gone. If all those monsters would have came out of Underdark.
That's assuming that that's the only one that's new here.
Well, yeah, that's true. There could be another one, but we don't know. We don't know where it is right now.
At the very least, we have information we can take to the king that will allow us to, at the very least, see, like, forthcoming.
Yeah. Well, and I think if we say it's urgent, it might help us get in. If we tell the post office guy.
Is there anything that we can do? I know that we have some holy water that we got from down there. Is there anything that we can use with holy water to get rid of this curse? I don't know if any of us have that ability, but
I'm not super knowledgeable in curses.
I mean, I believe that if you do bathe yourself in holy water, you do have a chance of connecting with the extraterrestrial of the god, but I don't believe we have enough water. I have this small little, I guess, handle I picked up off of our friend that we met, but I don't know if it'll be enough. I could try to do some type of ceremony with Bradley and Dars and see if it works, but there's no guarantees.
is there any, let's, before we even consider that, is there any other hypothetical use for holy water beyond doing this for us in our extensive purposes?
Not for me.
Make a religion check.
I'll make a religion check too.
Is gonna fucking
God damn it, now I get 2 5s in a row.
nat 20.
Nice!
The fucking atheist got a nat 20.
I would say this. Being an atheist and not really believing in the gods, or not really at least believing in the people who worship gods, you kind of have a disconnect with most people in society that you're just kind of in your own place, don't really care for it. One of the reasons why you don't like it is because you're like, they say all these remedies work for all these different things and you've never seen it work.
Mm.
And you go, oh, holy water? Well, that makes sense. Like, it could be used for a lot of different things. You also know other creatures or use battled things, and you know that maybe sometimes holy water can help add a little extra damage to certain things, or at least using holy water in a sense of like warding off, right?
Yeah.
So like, almost like garlic to like a vampire.
Yeah.
Same thing to the undead is what holy water would do.
Okay. So there are other uses.
Yeah, there are other uses, but you don't. You kind of get the gist that there's a connection. That some things are helpful for other things.
Yeah,
It's gonna be helpful for something, but we don't know if it's right.
With Bradley and I hear I'm gonna baptize him tonight. Commit him to his gods.
We could try and go. Who was the shop lady that pointed us in this direction in the first place? What was her name?
I have it written down.
Was it Wanda?
Wanda sounds familiar. Yes. We could try and see if she has anybody to help with said curse. Anybody else beyond the Duke?
Wasn't she the one that sent us up to Leinster though?
Yes.
I believe
That's what I mean. Maybe she has other alternatives.
the Silver Swans had a wizard as well. We may need to be talking to them. I'm not too sure Sylvan's high on that, but I mean, that may be our only chance at this point.
Maybe I
Maybe I will talk to him and not Sylvan.
Maybe we
See
can
that
use,
that running with them.
Yeah, they're kind of douchebags, but maybe they're not too bad once you get to know them.
No, I'm sure they're just as bad as they are, as we think they are. But we need to use them for this purpose initially.
The one thing, if we get back in time, do I want to check out that crab? I
That'd be a bad idea.
Bradley said he's
It
not
just
feeling
depends
too
how-
good, so he might not be able to come. But
It depends how bad or how much daytime we have left.
I think if we get back to town at a decent time, personally, I think we try to talk to the king. I'm trying to get in, and maybe he'll have some information.
Alright,
Yeah,
for that.
I say it's should be the move, I think.
Who knows? Maybe he knows where the other. Maybe he's already heard of
Maybe
these.
if we give him some more information, he's not going to be so.
Do we say anything about the curse to him?
I think we see how
I
the
think so.
conversation's going once we start talking to him, but I think it'd be smart too. I think we can help us out.
I think we'd be okay sharing the curse with him. I don't think he would know what it would be linked to.
And we don't have to tell him what the curse is.
No, just tell him we've gotten a curse in our inventory. I do have one thing though. I don't know how you guys will feel about this, and I'm sure some of you may be pissed off, but I know we've had our quarrels with the Leaf Folk, but it may be smart to see if we can send a warning their way. I mean, at one point they're enemies, but if we're going to be fighting some bigger thing and on God and these caves and things like that in the forest, I believe they may be helpful with information and understanding what's all going on here.
Yeah, I don't think it's a bad idea. I don't know. Are any of their soldiers even left?
I don't know. That's why I was going to. You have that spell, don't you, Sylvan, where you can send a message?
Yeah.
Even if they
I
have
to
some
meet them, I
left,
think.
the problem is that I would assume, all of their generals, officers, any high-ranking person that was of any significance to the Leaf Folk is likely dead.
Dead, yeah. Well, you know better than me. I didn't see the casualties. I was
Alright, let's just
basically
You
one
were
of
a
them.
part of them.
let's just
And I learned
They
fuck
were
you.
all of them.
Warriors from the grave. Fuck you.
I just don't.
Not to
think-
say that
I
they're
can't-
all dead, but I think anybody that would have any idea of organized like combats or any kind of aid or anybody that is not just a woman, child, or something other that is not basically a fighter. And would
I don't
be
think it's
surprised if
aid
they
so
survived.
much. I think it's the information of understanding what's happening here.
But at the same time, that they're kind of one of those people that the whole reason they wanted to fight for Tiber Kovac was because it was theirs, and they wanted to stay here, not because they wanted to leave.
I'm not trying to get them to leave. I'm trying to figure out if there's other cave systems that these monsters
yes.
and things are coming up through and
That,
getting.
yeah, that makes complete sense.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think I would be able to contact them. I have to be familiar with them, and I only spoke to everyone I spoke to is dead.
Shit.
I mean, who knows? Maybe Tokala.
He would be our best bet,
Maybe
right?
he's taken over. Maybe he's still there.
We can always try, Will.
We can try, but I can't right now.
Yeah,
I think the king is the best bet at this point.
I think we could, yeah, let's head back, and
I'm assuming we're kind of walking.
Yeah, I'm gonna say you guys are walking through the jungle. as
My voice
He
always
might, at this point, he might have
groggy when
any
I
kind of information, any kind of maybe he even has access to someone that has the abilities to do the things that we need in his ranks.
well, and I'm sure that we'll probably have to. I think we go back, talk to the post office guy. One, see if that crab's been taken care of, and two, try to go talk to the king.
That sounds good to me.
Yes.
Yeah. So, and everyone roll history checks.
14.
No.
What's that?
Niner. I'll listen.
I got
Okay.
a 16.
Yeah, you guys all gain the sense that you feel like you've been traveling for a while, but you guys don't quite remember how long it took you to get to this cave. You guys know that the monastery was a little bit outside the city, but then it took you a little bit further, even past that, following the tracks. And you guys can't seem to quite remember how long you guys actually followed those tracks for, but it seems like you guys have been walking for a good, decent while, and now the sun is starting to set.
Have we made it back to the monastery yet?
You have not.
Can we see the moon?
No, it's still sun's still up. Sun's still up.
Okay.
It's just setting. It's like starting. It's probably
Just dropping.
I guess
Yeah.
with that,
Probably golf hours.
I think with the way that our current situation is with Bradley and I still, that if we find the monastery, that we should just hold out the monastery tonight before we go into town.
I think that's a smart idea.
Yeah, I do too.
Okay.
Gives us some cover and keeps our this away from the town.
Anything else?
No, I guess we're just gonna keep heading to the monastery.
All right. Yeah. You guys continue walking on, and I'm gonna say probably about 2 more hours go by, and you guys make it to what you know to be the kind of broken in monastery.
Okay.
Nothing has
It's still
changed.
sunny.
And it is. It's like sun setting. It's probably right around 7 o'clock by now.
Do you remember how far the monastery was from that town?
Yeah, roughly around 2-ish
2 hours,
hours.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's probably like 7:38-ish.
I say maybe we camp here and get an early start in the morning and
Yeah, if we just go to sleep now, wake up at 6 a.m., get there when we normally wake up.
Mm-mm. You guys have fun time sleeping. I will not be doing that.
This would be nice to sleep for once.
Yeah, I'm pretty tired.
I'm gonna call Dorias out and I'm gonna feed him the stuff I got left in my bag.
looking at the monastery, similar to like the caves, I want to look through like, does anything look touched or different than when last time I remember doing?
Make an investigation.
17.
From that, you can tell that a few things have been shifted around just a little bit.
Okay.
Some of the things off the table has been like pushed off to the ground, but from your investigation check, you get the sense that it might have been like squirrels or stuff coming into the monastery.
So nothing like
Kind of
that.
rummaging around, yeah. Nothing major has been displaced.
I'm gonna get rid of all of my wolf remains and give this to Dorias.
Is there anything else anybody would like to look for while you're in the church that you maybe didn't do the first
Yeah.
time? Anything?
I want to start investigating and looking for like secret doors or like secret rooms or anything, because
Okay.
knowing the guy who was the monastery man, I'm assuming he would have something he was hiding. I don't know.
Let's say since this is a totally different type of investigation, let's make you do a different one. A new check.
I'm gonna.
Nat 20, let's go!
Never mind, I don't need to do it.
You know,
I'm the Nat 20 god tonight.
First of all, when you're sort of rummaging around through the church, one thing that you notice is that of the things that have not been touched
Mm-hmm.
have been the scriptures, have been a lot of the actual holy vestments. All of those things have not been touched, but the rest of the church has. So, with that being said, you realize what type of worshiping place this is.
Okay.
You notice that completely different than what was on Oldstead. Or not Oldstead, sorry, you're on Oldstead.
Tiber Cove.
On Tiber Cove.
Okay.
With that, you notice that there's more symbolism. It almost seems as if what Tiber Cove was trying to be, or at least what Bishop Edward had said they were, might have came from this place. How they said there's no worship of one specific thing.
Uh-huh.
It's inviting of all and has multiple scriptures,
Very
different
polytheistic.
things. So they're very theistic. So they're you can tell that maybe the Duke was somebody who had traveled and possibly learned a lot of different things,
Okay.
and then was just so welcoming and inviting to everybody. But then, and the same reason, it's maybe why this happened to him.
Correct.
Right? So you can pick up different books of texts of about different religions and gods, and you see different actual types of vestments, actual things that he might wear if a person came in looking and seeking a different type of god.
Okay.
You also see some that are lighter, some that are neutral, and some that are definitely more of the darker being.
Yeah. Sorry.
That's at first.
Okay.
Yes. Any questions?
Yeah, I'm gonna say, looking, like, noticing those things, because I was looking for, like, secret rooms or doors or anything, do I see any of, like, maybe there's a book in a bookshelf that looks like it would be like a 2-secret door or something like that?
It
Or...
seems like when you walk into this immediate room, no, because this is where everybody congregates, so you wouldn't want anything secret to actually happen.
Yeah.
Like happenstance. Nat 20 though is you kind of pick up these things and you kind of like lay out the things that aren't so tattered, that aren't so like or like broken, and you kind of like put them all in a section, and then you move into another room, and you kind of like have to like push a bit of a part of a door frame that's like broken out of the way, and you walk in, and you see there's a door on the opposite end that is broken down, and you see another room or another door that has been slid like this.
Okay, so it's like sliding.
Yeah.
So yeah, with those books, I'm gonna start collecting those ones, and then I'm gonna give Sylvan. These may be helpful feeding Tito at some point to get more information. So I'll just collect I don't know how many books there are. I'll do 5 each. Does that work? Like 5 good, 5 good, 5 normal, 5 evil.
Yeah.
So I'll give him 15 books or scriptures, I guess.
I will give you some names. You see one that says God of Preservation, Time, and Karma. And then when you open it, it says Book of Vishnu.
So book of, how do I spell that?
Vishnu. And it has a picture of a lotus on it.
Scary.
Vision. Book of Vision. Okay.
I'll give you some, these are the good,
Good.
in a sense. You also get one that says God of the Sky, that has a picture of a bunch of shining rays coming through clouds, and on the inside it says Book of Jumo, Jumo.
Okay.
You see Book of Tlalok, T-L-A, with a hyphen above it,
T-L-A.
L-O-C.
Okay.
God of Rain, Earth, rain, earthquakes, and lightning. We'll say you take 3. Okay, I'll give each. And then you notice as you go through these, the ones that have at least been taken, you notice that he takes 3 of the same. So he took one of good, neutral, bad, of the same kind of seems like religion, the way the bindings are made, and then going through that. You also see Book of Shiva, S-H-I-V-A. This is of the first one with Vishnu. You see God of Destruction, Meditation, Art, Poison, and Dance. Then you get one that says Hissi, H-I-I-S-I, or Hissi, God of Mountains and Dangers. And then I also don't have any for the last one, so I'm just going to give you the other 2 of the first 2. So I'm just going to give you some that I got on hand right now. And then you see Chandra. This is also with Vishnu. God of the moon and night. This is the neutral. And then you also see Nyriki, God of hunting and livestock. N-Y-Y-R-I-K-K-I.
Say it one more time.
N-Y-Y-R-I-K-K-I.
Okay.
And I can give you the other 2 from the other pantheon in a different.
Alright, sounds good. So I have all those down.
It just remind me that you need 2
2
from
more.
the third of the books.
So yeah, I'm seeing that kind of like slide door that you talked about. I kind of want to move through the rummage and go to that and try to open it, or
Yeah, so there's a door on the outside that is broken and shattered outwards.
Mhm.
You have this sliding door on the right side that looks like it would go behind the altar.
yep. And so I will try to open that,
Yeah, it's already open, so
Oh, it
you
is.
can walk right through.
and then I'll go right in there.
Yeah,
Then.
and you see like there was a drag mark, inwards, as if like maybe there had been something trying to be barricaded against it.
Okay.
And then
And so the room, because it's in, so the room that is, what type of room does that look like to be?
It-
Like a like living quarters?
looks
or
like
what?
the quarters of possibly the Duke. Like this would be where most of his time would probably be spent. This is
Okay.
his specific room. Yeah, and you get in there. So is there any trapdoors or anything? And yeah, you don't really see any trapdoors. There's no other spaces. There's nothing.
Okay, yeah, I'll start kind of like rummaging through. Does it look like it's destroyed in there as well, or is it more like put together?
Not necessarily. Again, you might see like certain like things that are seeming like a little more tattered, like if an animal maybe had kind of wandered in, kind of pecked at something, found nothing, and left.
Okay.
You might see like there's a tray of like old stale bread of sorts, and then you see that like there is a closet with vestments, like all of like his robes and his anything like that of different colors and different symbols. Again, seemingly untouched, or if anything, pretty tattered at this point, or like kind of old and like stale and like
Okay.
not like firm and solid, not very like fitting anymore.
Yeah, I guess I'll like start rummaging through that and see if I can find anything like on the Duke at all, like a journal or diary or anything like that. And then like anything valuable in there as well.
I would say going through, there is one main like semblance of a rosary. It's
Yeah.
not quite a rosary. It's like very different. There's no like beads or anything, but it is just like sort of like wooden chain of sorts, and then it just has like one like simple circle, almost like a golden medallion of sorts.
Okay, I'll
But
take
there's
that.
nothing on it. It's just
Like a
medallion.
gold root.
And it seems like it might be like worth something.
Okay.
I would say, yeah. Just put the Duke's medallion.
That'll be good in my pocket.
Other than that,
That'll be good
there's
in my
no
pocket.
journals. There's
Yeah.
nothing. There's nothing. Seems like maybe whatever was important might have been drugged with him.
That makes sense. Well, I don't really see anything here. You guys find anything?
No, I didn't really know.
I've just been staring at the wall this entire time. Nope. I got nothing.
And you all see Bradley like kind of like sat in a pew, like a broken pew, and he's like just kind of like studying his orb.
Yeah, get that well management control.
What do you think about this this abyssal tablet that I have?
And I'll pull it out. I would pull out that tablet.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Last time we read this, that spider started going after you.
I'm going to.
Yeah, ruin.
I guess I'm just gonna. I guess we can't read it.
Yeah, he read it. He said it out loud.
Oh, you did.
Yeah, and I would say like he could read it again for you.
Yeah, what did it say?
Somebody read it.
Yeah.
I don't know. Someone read it again for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, give me 1 second. My super phone. Unless anybody wrote it down.
I don't think we did.
All I got is says Myrtle.
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 It's,
Is that the spider?
are you talking about that one?
Yeah. Just like the abyssal tab. I just wanted to.
So there was two different things.
Yeah.
So there's one that had essentially, you didn't take the one that said Myrtle. You just kind of
I just looked
recognized it.
Yeah.
The small tablet is like this big. That one you know says, "I spin thy web of chaos, mother. I spin it in your name. Let not the threads unravel." I can keep saying that if you want.
Yeah.
I spin thy web of chaos, mother. I spin it in your name. Let not the threads unravel. I spin thy web of chaos, mother. I spin it in your name. Let not the threads unravel. Let me know if you need it again.
I got it. was thinking
That was separate.
And what that's
That was separate. The one that you read, you remember that there was like, it was like kind of defaced a little bit, and then you read, I think you just read City of Mirtul, or blank of Mirtul. You just had of Mirtul.
Yeah.
And then that's when, can't remember, Sigmund, you're the one who had it first. I think you're the one who made the history check.
Yep, I got it.
And then you, after him recognizing that name, you realize that the only thing that you can glean from it is that it's some ancient city of like Drow civilization.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that would be. Maybe somebody in the Underdark? I don't know. Yeah, somebody, but
The room that I'm in, like the quarters, and then the like main sanctuary room, are those the only two rooms in the monastery?
No. So there is one that mirrors on the opposite side. That's
Okay.
not as big. It's kind of, it's a storage room of sorts. Doesn't actually have a door on it. It's just an archway.
Okay.
Because people can kind of come and go in there as they need to. If you walk in there, you'll see there's like a bunch of like empty bottles. You would see like maybe this is where the wine was stored. This is
Okay.
where the goods and needs of the actual church itself was here. Again, almost everything is broken because if there was anything that came through, probably try to take it.
Okay.
Animals of sorts. You do find with your nat 20, I'm gonna let you keep this. You do, like as you're about to leave, going out the door, you see in the corner on your left side, there's like this just glimmer.
I'll go walk towards it.
Yeah.
Like do like reach down and kind of inspect it.
And you pull out a potion, and it's like, it's literally like a thumb size. And in it, you see this like silvery liquid.
Can I do? Well, can I like? I don't know. What would it be like a medicine check? Or what check would I do to like when I'm just trying to know like, do I know it's?
Let's make an Arcana check.
I probably would know exactly what it is, but like if I would know like what kind of properties.
Yeah, it almost looks like almost like a lighter silver paint, like but more liquid form. Like there's silvery like dust in it, and like you swirl it around it.
You said what kind of check?
Arcana.
7.
7. It's somewhat reminiscent of like, almost kind of looks like holy water, but it almost looks like it's got like metal shavings in it. You might think that it's like maybe something to do with like religion. You're not, or something magical maybe, but you're not on. You don't really know exactly what it could possibly be.
Guys, I found something. And I'll kind of like grab it and kind of like turn around and be like, I don't know what it is, but some sort of potion, I think. And kind of like wiggle it a little bit and just show what it looks like.
I'm not really too familiar with potions. Maybe we could take it to this alchemy shop, if there's one.
Was that also by the same woman?
Gilly's Goods has potions, so we can go to Gilly's.
We could do that as well, yes.
Or someone could drink it to see what happens.
We could, but not like the
And
best
it,
to be.
and it is, think of like a science,
Yeah, like a little vial.
a small like science vial,
Yeah.
but it's literally like the size of a thumb, and it's got like a very very tiny cork in the top.
Yeah.
Okay.
And even like I would say this too, make a perception check for me.
Crit fail.
Crit fail.
And
You don't smell anything right away, but all of you definitely smell this like metallic but pungent smell, even when he like kind of like goes like this to you.
Like almost like metal, like a.
Like a rusted metal. Like it like hits your nostrils, like ooh, or like a ammonium cell. Like,
Yeah.
that's kind of what it smells like.
There we go.
And you guys are like, whoa, holy shit, that smells pretty rancid from here. And he's just like, good.
We don't want the fumes to hurt us too much.
His brain cells were untouched. Yours were.
In here fucking huffing a potion.
Yeah, and that's it.
Well, I think we should probably start resting and.
You guys can rest. I will be up for some time now, so.
Okay.
And I'm gonna call Dorias back in. So,
And I'll rest.
I will.
Yeah. So yeah, you guys kind of start getting set up for bed. You have Dorias out, Doris, and you and Bradley are kind of sitting in the pews as you watch your other party members start to get ready for a good night's slumber, and you start craving the long night's rest that you haven't had in a long time. But Doris and Bradley, who's not here, as you guys stay awake, you notice the tint of the windows fill with red.
okay. So, just be clear, I called Dorias back in.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to make sure. I'm assuming the windows are like something like this where they're like chest up high. Can I like peek out?
Yeah, you maybe have to get like on your tippy toes a little bit.
Okay. I'm gonna look out, and just look out and see what I can see, I guess.
Make a perception.
It's the red moon. So
I got
many
14.
clips.
You got what?
14.
Yes, with that, you notice that the sky is red. The moon is out and is completely red. That's what I think you notice.
I'm gonna wake up. Sigmund.
Okay. Sigmund, you get awoke in the midnight slumber, and the church is kind of glowing with just red, luminous shadow with it piling into the windows.
I'm gonna motion into the window.
And when you are awakened by Doris, one thing you haven't seen before is that where his eyes would be are now filled with flames.
Whoa. Get away from me, Doris. I kind of like stand up and I'll like walk through the window.
Okay.
I'll back away from the window.
Actually, I'm gonna walk to the entrance and I'll like, because the door's like broken down.
It's broken down.
So I'll kind
And
of
actually, you kicked it in. He kicked it in.
So yeah, I'll
it's
kind of like walk towards the door area more and get a better view just from like trying to look from the window
Yeah.
and just kind of take like a more bigger view of what's going on.
And so as you kind of like walk out, you get like just one instance of the moon, the red moon, just slightly peeking through some trees, and you feel like that light like spotlights you. And you kind of like instinctively look away, but then get drawn back, and it almost seems like there's this lens, like a big glass monocle around the moon, and it is shattered, and it seems like it's reflecting different phases of the moons, and through that you kind of like blink, and then it's normal, and you look out into the forest, and you see this visage of like a werewolf, and it has a bunch of swords and different types of weapons sticking out of it, and you see its arms held together by some vines, and you see it's struggling, and then you notice that you're trying to walk towards it, as if you're drawn to its essence, as if it's some sort of being held back by some sort of deity of some sort of influence, and it sees you approaching and it's hunched over, and it's just gleaming one eye at you. You see blood dripping from the mouth, and it rips a vine and rips another vine, and you see it about to howl, and then it turns to glass and shatters, and you look back up at the moon, and you see those vines encasing the moon, and it pulses once, and you feel as if something very similar had happened to you, as if something within you had been broken, or you have broken the chains of something that had steps to the edge of the church on the stairs and walks right back in.
My opera might
Doesn't
sleep.
move. He looks up once and doesn't move and walks right back.
You're sleeping, so
I'm sleeping.
yeah.
I would like seeing him do the walking comeback.
Yeah, just you and Bradley are up with the signal.
And you said they're skeletons, right?
And their eyes are like flickering with a flame.
Something about that boat. Sylvan. Rowan, wake up.
Must have like Undertaker.
Go take a look outside. Please.
Red in here?
I want to kind of creep over there.
Yeah, I'll walk out there.
Yep, and
You do so, and as they kind of walk past you, now your back is kind of turned to them, and as you kind of take a step away from the boat, you kind of like feel like there's this guilt that had been on your shoulders, and then as you kind of walk into the church, it kind of feels like that guilt had just also been just ripped like the thorns.
I'm gonna take my dagger out, and it's like, what's the floor?
it's wooden.
It's wood. Okay. I'm going to take my dagger and just like in like easy little letters, I'm gonna write Red Moon,
Okay.
and then I'm gonna like take my knife and like point to it.
Yeah, so you guys see Dara's kind of over in the corner. And then here on the wood floor.
And then I'll back away from it, and then I'll point to these two, and I'll be like, I'll point to it.
And I'll walk outside.
Yep. And yeah, when you walk outside and inspect, same thing. You guys see the red moon kind of beaming through the forest. It's casting a dark shadow in the forested area. The leaves are kind of obstructing the red moonlight from getting to the forest floor, which is actually making it even darker out. But yeah, that's what you see.
We only had the red moon one other time, right?
I believe so. Isn't that what the crazy guy was talking about?
Yeah, and he was saying that he was coming and he was here. Does this mean that Regal's out right now?
Could be. I'm nervous. I mean, if he's controlling people, this may be part of it. We may want to stay out of the light if we can. It is a red moon. I felt something. I don't know what, but something came over me and now it's gone. I believe he's toying with all this.
I'll make a perception check. I want to look for anything like glowing eyes, anything flying out. Probably scan the area. I'll walk out and I'll scan it.
13. You don't see anything flying above head. Besides maybe you might see like an owl fly in the distance through the trees. At that point, like you're kind of like taking a look through, and you don't see any eyes. Besides, like maybe that owl, lands and kind of looks somewhat in your direction. Just the gleam of some sort of light kind of hits him, and then it takes off again. But you don't see any other beasts or any other thing in the forest.
I'm gonna. Okay.
So did you feel a certain type of way? Because Sigmund mentioned feeling different. What do you feel?
Through this, you kind of feel like there's just like a calmness to the air. And at that point, you kind of take everything in after he kind of asked you, and from your sword, you kind of hear grab my sword, and you kind of pull it out, and with that, there's like the red gleam that kind of hits from the moon, and then like that sort of like it stops.
I want to walk towards certain areas. Does it do anything?
So do you like
Or?
fully pull it out?
Pull it out. Yeah.
Yeah. You kind of like walk through the forest. You kind of like take a couple steps here and there, and any time that the actual light, the red light hits it, it's sort of like, and then the minute you get out of the light, it stops.
I'm gonna go find a spot in light,
Okay.
and I'll kneel down with it.
Okay.
I'll just kind of sit on the ground in front of me, so it's in light.
Mm-hmm.
And it just continues doing that?
Yeah, and it's very faint, and like when it's laying there, you can't even see a vibration. But the closer that you like get to it, you can like hear that faint. Kind of sounds angelic of sorts, or
Have I heard something similar to this?
you have.
I'll get down to it.
Can I hear the rain?
You cannot.
I'll just whisper to it.
Is anybody in there?
No response. All you hear is still the smooth vibration, and that voice almost sounds like it's harmonizing.
I will kind of sit there, and I'm gonna just kind of sit crisscross applesauce,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm gonna just kind of start to meditate. And I actually want to try to connect with Rhaegal.
With Rhaegal.
I want to try to, because I know of what I've thought. I thought that one time he spoke to me when I tried using my sending spell. I want to try to connect with him. And I'll just kind of in my head,
Rhaegal. Not sure if you can hear me, but it's Sylvan. I'm not sure how much you like me, but just wondered if, what's this mood about? It's happened twice now. You're taking over people. What's your purpose in this? Are you trying to destroy everything? Why?
And as you do that, Sylvan, when you reach out to Rhaegal, are you still kneeling down by your sword? You almost sense a presence behind you the moment you call out to Rhaegal and make a Constitution save.
Do I see anything just watching down?
No, I guess who wants to be
11.
Who wants to be watching?
No, I'm just picturing him just like kind of looking at him. Because once he walked out with his sword.
Is he saying this out loud or is he saying this in his head?
Head.
Yeah, then I probably wouldn't notice.
Okay.
I just haven't watched him since he went out initially.
Yeah, so, Rowan, as you watch Sylvan, you kind of get the motion. He's sitting there, and you can kind of see him like bow his head and put his hands in front of his eyes like that. But Sylvan, as you call out to Rhaegal, again, you feel that presence, and it's kind of heavy behind you, and you hear the ever so familiar voice.
Sylvan, I knew you'd reach out to me. And it's about time you accept my offer.
And with that, you almost feel a pulse go right into you. And Rowan, you see Sylvan drop onto his sword.
Yeah, like into his sword?
Not in, like, it's like on the ground. Yeah, but he like falls over top of it.
Guys, follow me! I'm gonna try to like run out to him.
Mm-hmm.
Can I talk?
Make a Constitution save.
Once I get to him, I'm gonna try to like grab it. Like,
I'll run over there too.
Yeah.
Kind of like.
And when you guys run over,
Is anything in my conscious, or am I just out?
when you fall, or like when you kind of black out, Sylvan, you're taken to this almost red domain, and you are face to face with Rhaegal himself. But going back to these guys, you flip Sylvan over, and his eyes are kind of fluttering back into the back of his head.
I'm gonna head down for this is his heartbeat.
It's there.
Yeah, it's still pumping.
But it's not
like in a
it's
seizure,
not
kinda.
it's not fast. It's heavy. It's like and it's like almost as if like the heart is like putting out as much as it can.
Sylvan, can you hear me? Sylvan.
And we'll go back to you.
What do you mean, an offer? I'm assuming this is your domain?
Yes. You finally let me into your head.
What? Why did you think I was gonna reach out to you?
They all do at some point.
And with that, you kind of go black, but then you kind of come back into this red shadowy domain, and Ragul is probably about 50,000 times bigger than you. And he reaches down his gigantic hand, and it's almost a claw. He's got claws, and he reaches out his hand.
What does he look like?
How
You
about
can-
this?
You can keep going, sorry. You can do it in a second.
All of you, close your eyes.
Eyes are open.
You can keep going if you want.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to get a picture for you.
Sure, you're lucky I got you killed the first time. Otherwise, what I would be so powerful right now with Ragul's help.
True.
We would be running the world.
Oh, I hope I get a slave more of that.
He might be a good friend.
Okay. And he's way bigger than me.
And he's way bigger than you
That'd
right
be
now.
sweet.
Like massive.
Okay, real quick, sorry, before we continue. I want to look around, and is there any sort of 5-pointed star symbol on his armor?
Make a perception check.
You just kind of meet at 18.
Do we open our eyes?
Yes.
Yeah, you can.
Sorry.
Yeah, you
You see, even larger than him is this stone throne. And at the top of that throne is a circle that does have it. And it is burning.
Alright, so he reaches down.
And he reaches down.
Join me, Sylvan.
What makes you think I'm gonna join you?
I am kind.
You're kind, but what's your purpose in all this? The red moons? Is this when you come to the material plane? What? I don't know what you are. We saw something happen on the battlefield. I tried reaching out to somebody. Then I'm assuming it was you contacted me saying don't try to contact the people that serve under you. So what are you?
I am a god. And my army is rising, Sylvan. With the power of my queen, we will soon control all 6 islands.
Who is your queen then?
Join me, and you'll meet her.
What's so special about? Why do you want the island so bad?
Join me, and you will understand.
I'm sorry, Regal. I'm not joining you. I'm just a little dragonborn. What makes you think I'm going to be any use to you?
You and the crew that you run around with. We have seen the future. You are much more powerful than what it might seem currently.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty powerful. I know. So what? So you think that you've seen the future, and I sense you may be a little scared.
Scared I am not.
Of not only my potential, but everyone that I associate with.
We've already killed 2 of your party members. That was half my strength. You couldn't even handle the leaf folk. Now, most of them reside with my armies. I will not give you another chance, Sylvan. Join us. I'll be another pile of bones in the wake of Ragul's army.
to break it to you, but I have a feeling that we'll be seeing each other on the battlefield sometime soon, and I just can't. I can't break away from the people that I've been with. Finally feel like somebody cares about me. And I'm just gonna be another pawn in your game.
This is not a game of chess, Sylvan.
Well, let's hope that you take out our king before we check yours. Because I have a feeling that we're approaching that destiny, and only time will tell.
So is that it? You wish to oppose me and my queen?
Even though I don't really have a god that I necessarily look up to, I think that it's not in my best interest to join your army. I don't know your cause. I don't. The red. I'm gonna have to decline.
Deal
I
or
think
no
you're my
respectfully.
friend. That might sway your decision.
And he kind of looks off in the distance, and he kind of reaches down into the mist, and from his massive claws, you see two beady eyes kind of rise up, and you see a familiar figure, and in the palm of Rhaegal's gigantic hand, he kind of places him down in front of you, and it is Captain Sandor.
Is this what happened tonight?
Sylvan, Rhaegal is kind. He means the best for not only Oldstead, but the other isles as well. Please,
You don't believe that?
join us.
Is it his voice or does it seem hindered?
Make an insight check on that.
Guidance!
The last words when Captain Sandor says "join us," it was kind of like you felt like it was forced. You didn't seem to recognize that tone of Captain Sandor. It kind of felt like something almost came over him, and
There was an influence.
yeah, influence. But as far as tone and recognition, if your eyes were closed, it would seem as if like you were in the same room as Sandor.
Sandor, I know you don't believe that.
I do, son. This is what he was brought here for, to purge the islands of its diversity, to unite us under one god.
But if you believe that, I mean, one god, then they just rule everything. What's wrong with the system in place?
The system in place is everyone thinks they're entitled. Think about the Leaf Folk. Think about the king and queen of Skulligar. There needs to be one order, one overriding power. Rhaegal is that power.
Unfortunately, I don't see eye to eye.
And I'm going to reach into my bag of holding, and I'm going to draw out the Form of Order sword. The one with that we got from the Order of the Tide King. And I want to draw it out and say,
This sword is going to be what unites the tides and all the armies. And we will defend whatever you're going to throw at us. Even if you think that this is the right thing to do, I don't believe that you actually think that. So Rhaegal, this is my warning to you. That if you try to take this land, I promise you, not only yourself, but your queen will fall.
And as you pull out that sword, you see as if Captain Sandor's expression kind of opens up like that, and Rhaegal is immediately kind of, as he's holding him like this, he flips up and shoves Captain Sandor back down into the mist, and Rhaegal kind of lunges at you and make a Constitution save.
I will also say this: something cool happens when you pull that sword. It sounds like a wave crash. It goes whoosh, and there's water that spits off of it, and then you feel the steam rise up, from the water
Does
hitting the
he
hot
seem
ground.
like uncomfortable? Like, is this all because I drew this sword that he's like, he threw him down? Okay.
Yeah, like this is in reaction to you kind of saying, and I'm gonna say you said what you said as you were drawing the sword, and kind of
And I
in
gotta point it
reaction,
out.
in reaction to that, yeah.
I got a 18.
And yeah, you see Regu as well, like, take this, like, long whip, and he, like, snaps it, and then he, like, reaches at you.
You guys, from your perception, you see Sylvan start sweating profusely as his eyes continue to flicker into the back of his head. But Sylvan, with your 18, you actually manage to successfully resist Regul's influence, and you hear kind of as you spiral out of this red kind of a domain.
This will not be the last time we meet, Sylvan.
And then that ring of the sword that you fell over, you hear as you're kind of getting pulled out of this place.
Oh, I hear that again.
You hear Sylvan, and then you hear Sylvan, Sylvan.
Sylvan! Sylvan!
All the eyes.
And you wake up and you're sweating, and you hear a few.
And I just want to kind of like lay, like just kind of trying to crunch to the ground with like kind of exhaustion.
Mm-hmm.
I just spoke to Rico himself.
You did.
What? What did he say?
Well, so I thought I was just reaching out to see if I can get information, and next thing you know, I knelt down. My sword was making this weird noise, and it was like a singing noise that I've heard before. And so I thought I'd see if I sat in the moonlight, if I could somehow connect with him. Well, it was almost instantly. He took over my body, and I was in this red domain. I saw a chair behind him. He's quite intimidating, but he told me that he saw the future, and he saw all of us in the future. That our potential is much greater than what it is now. And my own perception was, it seemed as if he was almost afraid of what we would turn into. Unfortunately, this red moon may have been the end of Tiger Cove, because Sandor was there, and I drew a sword, the one we got from the tomb, and instantly, Regul seemed to pull Sandor away. Sandor's face changed. Sandor didn't seem like himself, but when I drew the sword, his expression changed, almost as if he was himself. And then took him away and casted me out. Apparently there's a queen. They wanna take over the Isles for their own, united under one, which I'm assuming is this queen. So we may play a role in stopping this threat.
Are we in like the Red Moon still? Like, is it still? I'm gonna pull out Daybreaker, and I want to shine the katana's like blade into where like the Red Moon is,
Okay.
and I just want to see if it does anything.
So you unsheath your katana, and nothing seems to really happen to it. It just kind of reflects the red moon's light, but
Okay.
nothing seems out of the ordinary with it. Anything
Okay.
like that.
I'll put it back then. I was just curious.
Okay. Anyone else like to do anything?
What do you guys think?
I don't think there's, from the sounds of it, nothing we can do in the short term. But I think we need to watch out for people that might be affiliated. And a lot of people are probably, they got Sandor, which you guys said it was the captain of
Yeah,
Tiger
he
Cove.
was the one who brought us here.
We knew that was coming for Sandor.
Yeah.
I guess you didn't have that conversation, Rowan, but when we left, he already made a deal with this beast or whatever he is.
He's a god.
He's a god. It was only a matter of time before Sandor was going to be taken over by him. He was disobeying orders, letting us go, I believe, and I figured he would feel his wrath of whatever that may be. It seems like some sort of mind control or maybe worse. That is reinforcing that he does see us as a threat.
Maybe, I don't know, we don't know this king at all, that Skullguard, but
I think
maybe based on, maybe we should talk to him and
I
tell
think
him
we have to.
if he seems like he's a decent guy, but we also don't, we might want to be on the lookout for something that might resemble that he's a part of this guy. We not want to tell him this information and our plans and then figure out he's a part of it as well.
I think we need to keep an eye out for that 5-pointed star. It seems to be associated with
What does it look
this
like?
queen.
It's just like normal.
It's just like a
right there.
Circular formation with a
Was
star.
was it the same star that looked like to be?
It was the same star we saw.
That was the portal.
Yeah, on the
Well,
teleportation
were
circle.
there any
So
features on it?
I didn't notice any. It was on a giant,
On the right
huge. What do you look like?
Did he look like a demon? Did he look
He looked like a
anything that
devil
stood
to
out?
me.
Like
And he had
horns?
this, yeah, and he had this big whip.
So would you say it kind of looked like this?
Yeah, kind of like that.
You mentioned
a little scarier, but
you mentioned a queen. Do you know who this queen may be?
I tried. That was my whole purpose of contacting Regal. I wanted to try to figure out what his purpose was, and he just always says he's kind. And I didn't get to talk to the queen. I got no information other than basically he wanted me to join him, and then I would know. And obviously I resisted. I didn't want to do that.
I'm gonna take my dagger on the ground. I'm gonna write lies.
The one thing I was thinking is you've had contact with them. You could use this message again in the future, but it sounds like he tried to attack you.
Yeah,
So we really don't want to get in that
I
situation
know, it
again.
seemed like he tried, when he took over my body and I went into that state, I don't know if he could have just taken me over whenever, if I,
No, that's-
Yes.
I don't know.
I'm gonna take
So
my
I don't
dagger
think we should
again.
contact him again.
I'm gonna put doorway into the sand. I'm gonna go like this.
Doorway into my mind? Yeah. And I could have just made a connection. I could be dangerous, but I do not want any of you to be in the same situation.
When we talked to Mortimer, he talked about talking to other gods. Do you think that star is some sort of symbol for some sort of alliance or group that these gods have connected to each other?
Well, see, that's what I wonder. It's 5-pointed star.
5 points.
And so if that's this queen symbol,
How many different guys
and she
were
has
there?
5, I mean, this could be just a random guess, but if there's 5 other gods working with her in the devils,
I believe
How many did you write down earlier?
Mortimer was talking about a god named Ibrenul.
yeah, Imran. I have that down here.
I believe we need to find more information about him.
I was gonna go to the library when he got back, and I was gonna look for some books about him,
And I believe we may need to look for his rival. Whoever opposes basically this group or these gods, because we have to find their followers, because they will be strong and those will be probably the hardest people that he would be able to sway.
I'm just worried because with our fight with the Leaf Folk, I think we took away one of our biggest allies. I don't know if we're gonna have enough power to stop him now. And so, my only thought is, I know we just destroyed one, but do we have to go to the Underdark? Potentially stop what's ever down there?
We could.
To handcuff Regal? I don't know.
I don't know if we are powerful enough to do that.
Probably not.
Especially, yes. I don't think with our current state.
That's why I think we need to talk to Wellington.
Yes.
Be careful what we say. I do think that somehow we need to unite the Tide and the Wellingtons. But I also don't want to I don't want the Tide to not like us because
Yes.
we're talking to the Wellingtons.
Well, the issue is all these quarrels among everyone, they're not looking at the greater evil at this point,
No,
correct?
they're looking in on each other, not on what's the real issue here.
Yes, I think Wellington, though, we do need to, although we need to be careful,
He needs
maybe
to-
right away we need to know and we need to get him to get everybody together because this is not just small civil business. This is world business. We need to.
Yeah, absolutely. I 100% agree.
So I think we mentioned something about even Rangul and see if we can sense right away how his reaction is and what, like, if he like acts suspicious, then that might help us out. But there's not any religion there, you know, in the town, so you'd think that he doesn't really have much to do with it, unless he's.
I believe this monastery had signs of Nerul and Azuth as well. They could very well be part of this type of. I guess it's not a trinity. There's not 3 of them. There's 5 of them. Is it true?
Yeah, I think we need to somehow get more information. Maybe a library is where we can do that.
Yes.
But I think whatever we're gonna do, we have to be hasty about it.
For sure.
The longer we take, the stronger he gets. The closer he is to doing whatever he's gonna do.
I also think that it might help us. We probably do want to get some things done throughout the town, get some sort of notoriety, get some sort of support, because right now we have done important stuff, but nothing that actually tells anybody that we're helping.
Matters to either
Here's the
side for
thing,
that
too.
point.
Exactly.
I know the Silver Swans were an asshole to me, but even though he left Tiger Cove, we have no quarrels with him.
There's still powerful
And
people
so,
to use.
I think we had to try to come as one and stop trying to make enemies. Try to unite everyone and not eliminate more people.
Agreed.
For sure. Well,
So let's get some sleep.
so we have a lot to sleep on. Better get to town quick in the morning.
I think we get there right away and we say it's urgent. And maybe since it's Sotiwon Kai, maybe you'll let us in. And maybe we'll get to talk to the Silver Swans. Because they
Let's just hope
might have, they're powerful people that we might need.
I do think we'll need them. Let's just hope they're not already on the wrong side. We never know what we can do if they
and
go
if
around
they're
here.
Wellington, if they're on the other side, we might need to ditch this
Out of
place
town? Yes.
and try to find the tide and come back.
I agree.
There's a lot of unknowns.
Let's get some rest, and then let's get back as soon as we can and try to get a meeting with Wellington.
Yeah,
Sounds good.
So yeah, I'll sleep.
Alright, so yeah, you guys hear a few. I missed that conversation, and you guys head yourselves to bed, and with that, you guys see the first signs of daylight that you've seen in a long time kind of pop up through the church windows and kind of glasses, and being down in the cave for quite some time, even being stuck underneath that red moon this bright, your guys' eyes aren't even quite used to it yet. But yeah, everyone wakes up and Doris and Bradley are even themselves again.
well, I say we waste no time. Let's be on the way.
Alright, anyone want to do anything else? All good? Alright, so you guys pack up camp and you start heading your way back to Skullgar. And it's only a 2-hour hike, and it's pretty close to the ridgeline of one of the Razorback Mountains, and the wall of Skullgar actually kind of hugs that, so you guys kind of just hug the wall of Skullgar before you get to that gigantic we get to the giant serpent's mouth, which they use for the main gate of Skullgar. And you guys approach, and as you approach the gate, you're met with the same guard. Oh, state your business here.
We need to talk to the king. ASAP. As soon as possible. It's something okay. Not sure if he knows who we are, but
We're the monster hunters.
we're the monster hunters.
You guys have been in the city before, haven't you?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, well, head right in. If you would like a presence with the king, request it at the post office. It's a pretty hefty wait, so don't get your hopes up for any visit this week.
That's alright, we'll figure it out. Thank you.
Hey, before we go in, no stabs allowed in the city.
Yes, we
Yeah.
know.
We don't have any, besides Bradley.
Pretty sure is it at the?
You didn't bring it.
Yeah, he didn't bring it.
Oh, he didn't bring his stuff?
Nah,
Pretty sure only staff is in the post office.
wands.
Oh, we don't use wands, we use swords.
All right. Well, in you go. In you
We're
go.
actually cool guys. We're not.
We're not gay.
we'll say maybe Bradley did grab it because I can't remember if he went to the post office or not beforehand.
I don't think you did.
I don't remember him.
I don't think you did. Yeah.
Kinda really
We do have a staff and a bag of holding, but they don't know that.
I know. We do know what that does too.
I'll give you these quick. The other two books that you got, the third paint again, you get XOLOT.
Can you bring up the map of the?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, sorry, I
What's
forgot.
that?
They just need the
XOLOT.
TD on. Yeah.
Okay.
God of Death.
Wits the dojo.
Wits hits,
Then you got
baby.
the last one that is spelled CENTEO.
And so you guys are kind of all walking down.
Right here again.
Down the there. And again, just as you guys kind of saw while your first visit here, a ton of trade goes on within here. And Sylvan, as you guys are kind of marching down this massive trade market, make a perception check.
Damn it. 3.
Yeah, you just hear some commotion, some chatter, but you don't really notice anything. But yeah, anyone like to stop or even browse shops or?
Yeah, I won't browse. I'll just see. I kind of like gander like what they're kind of selling.
Do that too.
Okay.
I'm gonna look specifically for someone that sells potions.
Okay. Yeah. And so with that, as you guys kind of just look throughout the, all the bartering and stuffs, you guys just see a list. That's all the items you see on just different stands. It's not
Okay.
like all within one hut, but you guys see different items kind of listed out. And
Do any of these look easier to be stolen than other ones? Like maybe not.
in this area it's particularly super hard to steal just because there's so much commotion going on. It's even harder than it would be with inside a real store, just because everyone's watching everywhere.
It's you. That's you.
But Sylvan, you actually hear a man talking about these purple gloves fit for a bard.
That's what I would say.
We got these right here.
Yep, those ones right there, and how they can improve a bard's performance, and how these are special crafted from one of the best showmen in Kingsmead.
The bottom one.
I'll go over.
I
and
need
talk.
that.
Let me just.
And when you go and talk to him, he kind of details some of the things that the gloves are capable of, because you technically wouldn't know,
Oh damn. So when a creature you see rolls a bardic inspiration die, I can add my +5.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so it's like more.
As your reaction.
Sweet, pretty sweet.
Those gloves are pretty badass.
And then you're going to some of the potions?
Yeah.
Are you,
Particularly.
are you looking to get some potions, or are you looking to take the one you had found?
I was looking to
Take that
have
back.
the one that we had found inspected.
Okay. Yeah, you take it to, you find one like sort of like the edge of the row of all these, and you just see a normal looking guy,
Oh, so pinch is going down.
kind of like bartering with somebody, and
Concentrate.
you see him nod his head, exchange gold
I
for a
wanna go
potion.
show.
One you
Here's-
seem
where's
very
the- oh,
familiar.
right here.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like the potions are
I'm gonna do this. You guys can
healing.
Uh-huh.
And then
That'd be
you go
good.
to,
This would be good for you.
Like a crossbow?
Oh. most holy worshippers like to use this, usually for defense. That is a potion of silvering, my friend.
And particularly, what does that do for you in the sense of consuming it?
Well, I wouldn't recommend that unless you want your teeth to be permanently silvered. And unless you are a vampire, which I hope you are not,
No.
then your fangs would technically be silvered. And your bite would be able to harm things of the undead.
Very good.
I just received.
I would recommend using that on a weapon.
Thank you. I will take this information and apply it.
Well, Don't come after me for blood.
And then I'm
And he
gonna,
like sort of like
I'm
puts
gonna-
that down towards you.
and then, so I know this might be a bit of a stretch, but I am curious if you would have anything that might have properties that.
That's a little
That's.
How'd that happen?
Yeah. Properties that might help me or someone that might be afflicted with any kind of curse be lifted.
Well, I personally don't have any potions of curse removal. Very interesting questions here. That is a bit troubling. Hopefully no type of curse that will hurt us here in Tyber or in Skolagar.
No, think of this curse as more of an inconvenience than a danger.
Something that of like a shield scabbard that
Yes.
might talk to you.
I like this one.
I've been there
Exactly.
before. Okay. Well, personally, you might have to go to somebody who is a bit of a worshiper. I know there is somebody on the outside of Skolagar that you can maybe see.
Okay. We had taken a trip to the monastery, but
Yes, the Duke would be the person to see.
yes, the Duke was not there.
Interesting. Well, that's the only person I know.
Hmm.
I know there's a member of the Silver Swans that is a wizard of sorts.
What do you know with
You might
Silver
know.
Swans? Are they? We haven't really had any interaction. We've heard some good things, some bad things.
Well, they're a bit of protection in the city, better than our normal guard. They do what they need. They mind us their own business, but we provide for them, they provide for us.
Well, this information has been very helpful. I thank you for your time. And I'll flick him a piece of gold.
Thank you. And he puts it in a jar.
I'll walk back to these guys then.
Sylvan, did you want to talk to that? Did you want to talk to that guy with the gloves?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, we'll wait for you.
Hey, I got a couple questions.
Were you asking about the potion, right?
Yes.
No,
So
right now.
if you, I'm assuming you give it
Yeah.
back.
Yeah.
Because I'm assuming you have it in your inventory. You can put potion of silver ring.
Okay.
Josh has
Upon applying it to a weapon, it permanently silvers the edges or surfaces of your
Oh.
weapon.
I had silver potion already, so it's close.
And then yeah, I'll just explain to him what the property or purpose.
So instead of like taking it to a blacksmith to have your weapons silver like the edges, this potion, you just apply it like you would an oil of sorts that you're very familiar in how to do, and it does the same thing, but it adds the permanency to it magically.
Hello there, sir.
Yeah.
You're talking about these gloves.
Hey, yes, I do. Yeah.
What's your name?
You can call me Steve.
Oh, Steve. Okay. Well, it's good to meet you. I'm Sylvan.
Hey,
That's
Sylvan.
nice. These gloves, can I see them, please?
He kind of takes them. Absolutely, you can. And he kind of shows you. And he starts explaining some of the properties of the gloves that you've read about already. You snap your fingers on a creature that's concentrating. Break that concentration right then and there.
Yes, I'm very interested in
If
these.
you draw a square around yourself, it can protect you from incoming damage. And you can also use a little bit of influence when you see a creature using your influence.
Yes, I really would like to have these.
Well,
Come on.
well, Sylvan, you say?
Yeah.
Those gloves can all be yours. For the right price, of course.
Yeah, that's the issue. I do have 2 items that I'd be willing to trade for it.
Ooh, that's what this whole Serpent Circle's about, is trading. Say, let me see these items.
The first one's this cape.
Hmm.
See how, and it's like dark and it's like a dark mantle.
Yes.
Like you can shoot it at people and blind them. It's pretty
Evil.
cool. It does damage.
Is it evil?
No, it's not evil. It's just, it helps the wearer.
Okay.
And then the second one is this sword. And I know what it does. I need a wizard to show. But it's basically when you use a spell, it like ignites. The only thing is I can't personally use it. It's targeted towards a specific audience of wizards.
Yes.
But I believe it'd be a very powerful item too. then it's just a hilt. But if you wish to do an Arcana check on it, I promise you that it is magical. But those are the 2 items I have that I'd be willing to trade.
Well, perhaps I can have one of my buddies come and examine these items. We can get an assessment of true value of them.
Yes, how much money are you looking for?
Well, the gloves. Anyone from the range of 20,000, 25,000, depending on how much I like you.
Well, I hope you like me. I'm a midget dragonborn.
He's a very likable guy.
Yes.
I also if you're interested in like little relics.
Yes.
I'm gonna pull out that bust with 2 diamond eyes.
Ooh, it's an interesting piece for sure.
Yeah, and the eyes are made of diamond.
Oh.
Hey, what are you doing with that elf? Are you trying to trade that?
Yeah.
Oh.
Is that it? Is that all you have to trade? There, Sylvan?
Yeah, these 3 things and
What they call
my
it,
little
buddy?
amount of money.
You don't have anything else to trade.
No, unfortunately not.
Okay. Well,
I might get in trouble for this bust, but
hey, get over here.
And he kind of calls upon this guy who looks like a scholar. He's got some really fine clothes on, and he has a monocle. And he starts kind of whispering, "Sylvan, can I see those items?"
yeah.
He hands them over.
You see Magic Light when he wants, like, I don't give a fuck what I got, I'm just getting rid of it. I'm cleaning the house.
And he actually, he starts, the guy starts examining some of the items that you hand over.
And you're gonna examine these diamonds.
And he kind of hands them in. He takes a few tools out, taps them, zooms in on them. He hands them back to Steve, and Steve comes back.
Hey, Sylvan. Here are your items. I think we could get the price down if you traded all 3 of those down to 12,000.
Do we have that much gold?
No.
I didn't think so.
No?
I would have probably already spent it if we did. So, what's the, each item worth, just for our future reference? You can.
Alright. Well, the pummel of the sword. It's actually a very fine piece of equipment. There.
Yes, it is. We just can't use it.
You just have to find a wizard to use that there, Sylvan. That there is probably $5,000 itself. Now again, it's hard trying to sell that in the state that it's currently in. Just given it's a piece of rusted metal. Luckily my pal over there, he's all about the black market. He knows all about weapons, magical items, anything of the such.
So about 5,000.
Roughly.
Is this
What about the cloak?
That's not him.
There you go, the cloak. It's roughly anywhere from 2,000 maybe. At the high end, 2,000.
And the diamonds, what were those worth?
Those were worth roughly 1,000 each.
Each, huh?
Oh, nice.
That's a very nice find I had.
And yes, the bust it was in it's very old too. A collector could value that quite nicely, so I was cutting you a little deal on that as well. Getting our cost down to 12,000 silver. What do you say? Do we have a deal? And he kind of puts out his hand.
I only have 3,000 gold.
Collectively.
Yeah.
Can we do a layaway? Like at Kmart?
I'll tell you what, sir. Are you together with him?
Yeah, we have
Yeah.
other guys too.
He's one of my henchmen.
That's not true.
Say, you do look like the leader of the group. Anywho, I can do a small lean on this item, if you will.
Yeah,
But,
what is that?
well, yours, what is that, 9 grand short?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Say, I will give you a 3-day grace period to get that gold. Every day passed, it's a $500 charge, or 500 gold charge.
Do I get the gloves?
Yes, you get them instantly.
That's tempting. What are you gonna do if we don't pay you off by then?
We just get charged more money.
Oh no, it's most of us come from Kingsmead. A lot of us.
Here's the thing.
Yes.
See,
Yes. That is my name.
I'm willing to do this deal,
Yes.
but we have some big things that are going on right now that we just learned of
Aye.
that affects your safety
Aye.
along with your friend.
Aye.
Can you give me 5 days instead of 3? Because we're gonna have to do some things that I might not be able to go make money because it's protecting you.
Say, Sylvan, since we're bargaining, that's what we do here. If you can get me another item, I might give you more days, or even cut down the cost a little bit of how much you have to borrow from me.
I'm gonna walk over
Say.
and have this conversation. I'm gonna pull out my sword. And then I'm gonna hand it to Sylvan.
You sure?
See what he says.
Can you value this for me?
Kind of pulls the guy over and
Guys really inspecting it.
kind of swings it in the air. And now it's in direct sunlight. You see the edges of the blade kind of glimmer and kind of shoot off into the kind of the air around the sword.
Yes, it's definitely magical. You can get the sense of that. While its magic isn't super strong, we'd be willing to give you 1,000 gold off the overall price of the gloves. Yes, yes.
I do have another question.
Hey.
I know staffs aren't allowed in the city, but like, would you be interested in buying a magical staff at all?
Gosh, looks down.
Oh yeah, I would.
I kind of like look at him and, is there someone more private who would be able to talk about this matter?
Oh yes, there is. And he kind of shuffles you back into like his little tent, his little like shack. There's a street stand in the back. There's like more of a crowded area, kind of within that. And do you guys all follow?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna go find the guy that has this, but you can do that.
I'm gonna give you your sword back.
Yeah.
I think it's better if you just hold on to it.
And so as you kind of pulls you two, I'm assuming Sigmund and Sylvan are the only ones going.
I'll follow.
Okay, Rowan. So you three get pulled into this back room, and it's nothing like shady. It's just like his storage room. You can tell he's not from Skullgard because there's a bunch of crates and stuff that he's came packaged with. But so this staff, you have a staff?
Yes, we currently know what it does.
We have 2 actually that we may be interested in trading.
Arr, 2 staffs.
Fortunately, they've been confiscated by the guards, but
Both of them.
yes, one we don't know what it does, and the other one,
I figured out what it does. But it would be nice if you could restate what it does.
I'll,
oh, you're gonna have to check it where
I'm gonna pull out the staff from the bag.
Here's the staff. It's quite powerful.
He kind of keep it here for a second, and he runs out and he grabs this guy. And he kind of whispers. His kind of eyes open up. And the guy leaves.
Say, this is a very powerful staff. If you have the right means of using it. Typically, some of these stronger magic casters wield the ability to cast or utilize this staff.
Yes, well,
Wizards, warlocks probably, sorcerers maybe.
So maybe not sorcerers.
that's why I could not do.
It's 50-50 on sword. I'm assuming if a wizard can, probably a sorcerer can draw
Shit.
the same magic from.
Bradley may be able to use it,
But nonetheless, this is a very powerful staff. I'd be willing to, if you gave me the 4 items.
Where are we at? I can't remember where we're at.
Possibly the katana.
Guess what? My
I'd
memories.
be willing to cut the lean down to 5,000 gold.
So it's worth about 7.
You have this.
What about, we have one other staff. It allows you to cast Grasping Vine, actually. And it gives you a little bit of wisdom.
Hey.
What would you put the general price of that? I also guess I'll say that to the appraiser guy, not Steve.
Okay. And he kind of looks at it, and just kind of factors in. And you see him kind of whisper to Steve.
Well, he says anywhere from $2,000 to $4,000 probably is the window there.
Well, how about this? Can we get some time maybe to think about it and see if we can gather some more gold and come back and barter?
Well,
Can you put it on standby?
I cannot do that. No. First come, first serve, gentlemen. And I tell you what, there's another party similar to you buying up much of the merchandise here within the separate circle.
I don't know. Can I give you for now the 3 items, my 2, and then the bust? And you give me 5 days. You have to trust me that I'm doing it for your own safety. And then if I can't gather the money, I'll throw the staff in as well.
You give me the staff, and we have a deal.
I don't want to give the staff. Our one party member's not feeling great right now. I don't want to give it away before and not letting him figure it out.
This guy gonna do a.
Can we do
Sorry,
it the
does he
normal
see-
deal? 3 days, these 3 items, 12,000 gold I gotta come up with. I'll give you 3,000 right now.
Yes, it means you're in debt to me $9,000.
Yep, 9,000.
Yep, 500 any day past third day.
So that means if we give the staff, we only need 2,000. Yeah.
I'm alright with that. We can probably do that if we need to.
Yeah. So, yeah. I do have insight to see if it seems like he's really trying to screw us, or if he's being pretty reasonable.
Yeah.
Nice.
19.
You can get the sense that he does this for a living, and so he might be playing you guys a little bit here. But for the sense he's not out to screw anyone over by any means. But I mean, he definitely knows bartering better than what you guys do. But yeah.
Silva, can we talk for a second?
Yeah.
In private?
I'll talk to you. You got any of these 3 items?
I'll take Silva and like.
No way, it's gonna walk out.
Okay.
I'll take Silva kind of like in a private spot, kind of let him talk and say.
Yep.
I think I worry about if there's a wizard and we can sell him the hilt of silver
That's
stuff,
right.
we might be gaining a lot more money.
That's what
If they can afford the other stuff, I believe it might be smarter to sell that item and then come back with the gold.
praise it higher.
Yes.
Maybe let's tell him we'll come back within the day. I think we try to talk to the Silver Swans, try to sell that first.
For sure.
And then let him come back.
Yes. But that way we can at least see our other options.
Alright, see if I'm super interested in the item. Just give us a little bit of time. I'll try to come back either later today or tomorrow morning, and I'll have an answer for you, okay?
Cannot say that they'll still be here, Sylvan.
Yes,
It's a pretty popular item.
I hope that they're still here, but if they're not, I guess they're going to another person. I'll be hasty about it,
Alright.
but it was a pleasure. How are you? You just are.
Alright, yes, alright.
You look Italian. I believe you can say I'm Italian.
He kind of reaches out. And he does the.
Yeah.
Well, then you can say I am too.
Well, it's good we're on the same side, and hey, maybe they'll knock the price down a little bit.
And I'll just walk out.
I doubt it.
I was saying, make me
Wait, oh, guidance.
So if he's here's the thing.
25.
Guidance is a thing like he would see that, so it probably wouldn't have an influence, right? So like you'd be like, oh, we're gonna go do something. Guidance. You have that for this amount of time. You go do something. You can't be like,
It
oh,
can't
I'm
be
gonna
a
do this.
reaction.
It's not a
Okay,
reaction.
okay,
It has to
free-
happen.
yeah,
in the
free,
moment.
okay.
That's actually a really good way of putting it. It's not a reaction, so you can't ever like cast it when something's
I have
happening.
to like do a heads
So
up.
say something's about to lose
So
a
if I go into a
chest, you
bar and I know
cast
something
it.
might be going on, then I can cast
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Because
Or like
the
if-
length of the
if-
spell is longer, so you know that like if you think that it's going to be useful at some point within like the next duration of time, you can give it to whoever.
Or
you
just
think
like
is
if you
gonna
guys, when you guys were trying to identify
Before we
what,
talk to him.
like what the staff did, like an Arcana check, you can give him guidance to help him with that check.
check.
And
And
then you would,
it is situational. So like in that sense, like even if they're inspecting it in the moment, right? That's not in the sense of like it's a hastily thing, right? So then you can give them guidance, like, oh, now you have a better chance to see what that is.
gotcha.
Or like you're like, okay, we're thinking about stealthing guidance. You know, then you give it to one person and then they try to stealth, right? So it has to be before something happens.
Okay.
And there might be times like, yeah, I'll let you give guidance, but in a sense, yeah, it has to be like usually before something happens.
I got 25.
Oh,
Restricted.
we'll see, Sylvan. See if the items are still here tomorrow.
Yeah, maybe for a fellow, member, you could try to hold off on it for a little bit.
May see member of the tide.
Yeah.
Oh, sweet.
I heard him Arik, so I asked him.
Oh,
Steve.
boy.
But yeah,
Dodge,
you
duck,
guys,
dodge.
you guys
Dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dive. Okay, Patches.
Alright, well, it's a pleasure. Nice meeting you, George. I'll be talking to you hopefully later today.
We're the post office. Go to
Yes, we can talk about more of those items in a second. I think that let's go to the post office, let's do some of that stuff, and then we can come back and talk about these items, unless if you guys want to do that right now.
No, they can talk. We'll let them talk.
I'm already gone. You guys are doing
Oh,
He's
good.
out with us, so he's already doing this.
The honesty is correct.
And one thing we can do too is we can honestly hard stop at 9, but then we can continue on with shop interactions if you want past 9,
Yeah, I'm
just to
gonna
kind
start
of
Oh,
Yeah.
get some stuff going instead of just spending 2 hours
Takes
on
too long.
yeah,
Yeah,
I think we should do that.
you know what I'm saying.
yeah.
So let's try to hard stop at 9 at a good spot, and then we'll come back to the market interactions after that.
Yeah, that's
Works
good.
for us.
Okay. So yeah, we'll go to the post office then.
Yeah, and kind of same
Here's how
line.
that one is set up. Here's go that one. Yep. Just set up with your guys'.
But yeah, you guys get to the post office, and again, there's a pretty hefty line. And you guys eventually get to the front of the line, and there's met a Warforged. Hello, state your business.
Hello, we're wanting to get a meeting with King Wellington.
State name or party name?
We are Salty Malachi. I am the leader, Sigurd Brightsteel.
Leader, Sigmund Brightsteel. Noted. Yes. The King Wellington and Queen Wellington actually have requested your presence.
Well, they did.
A day ago. You were not here. No one could locate you.
Well, we're here now. Can we talk to them today?
Sure. Let me check their schedule. The Wellingtons will free up any time with a requested visit.
Perfect. We will get in as soon as possible.
Yes,
Thank
let's do
you.
now.
Good
It
day.
does not work.
No, but again, any visit that is a requested visit, they will clear up time.
So when's our time?
Any time.
What time is it?
First, we just
It's like probably 2 hours, probably 11:30.
so we can just go to the castle.
Where do we meet them then?
You go to their throne room.
All right.
Okay.
High castle.
I was gonna ask you. I saw a bounty for crustacean. I was wondering if that bounty was turned in yet.
No bounty has been submitted for that.
Perfect.
Thank you. I'm gonna try to give him a piece of silver.
And it kind of just bounces and it goes behind the counter.
Can I have it back?
No.
Hey, good news, Silver. The crustacean has not been turned in yet.
Okay, yeah,
I
let's
believe-
do that.
Let's go do that, and that will give us some extra little talking piece to maybe Wellington. He said any time, so I'm assuming we just kind of walk there. He said not right now, so that's why I want to go do that too. I don't want to walk to the throne room and then be stuck in another meeting.
Do we want to do that first, or do we want to go talk first?
No,
Try
we.
to do it.
I think we should do the crustacean if we can.
Okay.
You know, I was thinking as we were in negotiations, we could also try to use that staff as some sort of. Obviously, we want to do it with those guys, but with the other group in town, if we want to talk to them and try to
We
come
could
on our
use
side
that
and
as a
work
bargaining
together.
tool with the silver swans to potentially cleanse.
That's what I thought.
I think the cleanse, but I think we have 2 tools that are meant for wizards that could be pretty useful.
Yes.
So
Either which way, I think yes. trying to be on their side in the sense that we can, at the very least, exchange services.
I would say let's not mention the staff to them right away because they're the
Yeah,
enforcers
I
around
would
here,
not say
and
the staff.
they would probably.
Well, obviously,
Yes.
yes, we're going to.
Excuse me, RoboCop.
Yes.
Where can I find Jorah Summerblade?
Ah, in the guild district.
All right. And what guild is he a part of?
Ah, Checking records. He is a part of the Rebel Roses.
The Rebel Roses. Man, you are some really good information. Thank you.
Don't tip them.
We don't tip robots. What are you talking about?
I didn't know.
Well, is there any other questions you guys have before we head over to the Rebel Roses and speak to Jorah?
Let's go.
All right. We'll be on our way. Thank you.
No problem.
Hey, and tell the king we'll probably see him in a couple hours.
I will do my best. Next, please.
And we'll walk out. And where's the guild district at?
It is, the guild halls are right
Oh,
here.
perfect.
One thing that you guys notice, everyone roll perception checks as you walk throughout the streets of Skolgar.
12. 18.
As you guys approach the guild district and hall area, you notice this big tower, kind of nice, kind of gardeny, really royal place, I'd say. And that's where you notice the map detailed Wits Hits. And Wits Hits, it has a tower, and at the top of the tower had, you guys remember, a blue kind of big glowing orb at the top of this tower. But it's now glowing orange. And so that's one thing that you guys kind of noted as you walked through the streets to get to the guild hall.
And what is the purpose for finding Jorah? In this?
He is the contact for the presentation.
Okay.
Sorry. Having a brain fart.
But yeah, you walk through the guild hall area and you actually...
I want to like note the guilds as I'm walking through.
Yep.
So.
Yep. So one of the guilds you see are the Silver Swans. Just let me know when you're ready for them.
Yep, I'm good.
Another one you see are the Brew Seekers.
Brew is like BREW.
Yep.
Okay.
Another one you see are Blades of Unity.
Okay.
Another one you see are the Gutter Rats.
Okay.
Then another one you see are the Rebel Roses.
Another one.
Another one you see Faithful Few.
Got it.
4 Blades.
Got it.
And one more.
Like I'm assuming they probably have like banners and stuff outside of like each house.
And Enduring Gloom is the last one you see.
Enduring Gloom.
Yep.
Is there like a lot of traffic going in and out of these houses?
No, it's pretty quiet here.
Perfect. Well, I will walk up to the Rebel Roses house
Okay.
and kind of knock on the door. Hello?
And it takes a little bit for you to get a response. But you do see a man. Hello.
Are you Jorah?
Ah, indeed I am. Who requests my presence?
The Sultan Mulkaidu. My name is Sylvan Breaksteel.
So what do you say?
Sigmund Breaksteel.
Whoa, he wants to be mean.
I look straight at him. That's why it's so hard.
Leader.
God damn it.
Sorry, Sigmund Breaksteel.
He just really wants to be like me.
5 points.
But
I didn't know
Alright.
you dumped me that much, Sigmund.
Sigmund Brightsteel, sorry.
Sigmund Brightsteel, yes. How may I have serviced you? Are you here for the contract?
Yes, has anyone else asked about this yet?
Oh yes, and I'm assuming the job will be tidied up here soon.
Shit. Who?
The Silver Swans.
Fuck.
They asked about it yesterday, and when they typically ask around for work, they usually get things handled the day after or that day. And again, that was yesterday. Haven't heard from them. Pray be to God that they haven't died. But
It was just on the beach. How far of a travel is it?
probably a day's travel, not too far. So they could be coming back.
Yeah. Never mind, not worth that time. God damn it. We're hoping to help you out, but
Well, I appreciate that.
sounds like they've probably already taken care of it. Is there any other help you need help with?
None of the house mostly ours. We have children that run around that beach, and the crustacean terrorizes them every now and then, so. We, the Rebel Roses, mostly handle our quarrels with inside the city walls. But, say, did you say you were a part of a group?
Yes, I was actually going to ask you, seems like you have some guild houses. We are Salty Malkai. Would there be any chance that we could maybe get one like yours?
Absolutely. You must climb the ranks of the pummel pits. Say. He kind of looks at the board kind of off in the distance. If you check that board out, it gives the current rankings of the groups within the pummel pits as it stands.
And what are the pummel pits? Are that big fighting rink, correct?
Correct, yes. It's used for public entertainment. There are some rules to it, but you can't have more than 2 fighters at a time, so you must kind of break off into divisions. Our Rebel Roses, we're a group of 6, but again, we just choose our best 2 when we take on the pummel pits.
And is it like a fight?
Yes, it's a fight, but you just get knocked unconscious, so then the Wellingtons, or their clerics, put you under a spell so you can't die, and you can't be harmed, so.
Oh, that's pretty nice.
And there is a pretty hefty reward for you getting to the top of the leaderboard.
What is that? Is it like gold items?
It's pretty much.
A Glendor coin?
Oh, no, not a good one.
Have you guys got any of those?
No, but the Silver Swans have.
We've heard about them and we like them, but we're not close to one yet.
The leader is kind. His son is a little bit of a hothead, but they're good. They're a good group. They mean well. But yes, if you get to the top of the leaderboard, which I believe Luther and Arthur, the father and son of the Silver Swans, the leader and his son, they're at the top of the board. Luther is a very powerful wizard. Arthur, he's a fighter of some sort. But yes, items and gold will be given to those who knock off the rank of champion of the pummel pits.
And where do we go to register ourselves as competitors?
Oh, you take it up to King Hanson himself.
Well, I believe we have to have a meeting with him soon to introduce ourselves. Can you tell me a little bit about the other guilds around here?
Oh,
Are you guys like? I mean, I guess we're considered monster hunters right now, but we're adventurers, probably similar to you guys.
Yes. Ours kind of playing a trick on words, if you will. Well, Rebel Roses, we handle most of bounties, bounty hunters within the city. So if anyone has a bounty on their head, we go out and kind of chase that. We don't really dive too deep into the whole monster hunting realm, as that's a little bit more dangerous than just chasing after someone with a bounty on their head. The Brew Seekers, well, they get into some bar fights. They're typically the group initiating in the scraps that happen late at night, getting drunk. Not that it's a necessarily prestigious guild to be a part of, but a guild nonetheless. The Gutter Rats, they're a guild consisting of mostly individuals from the slums. But again, they pay the fee to have a guild house, and so here they are. Silver Swans, as I'm sure you know, they're much like any one of us want to be. Monster hunters, bounty hunters, people of the city. That's what they are. But yes, that's pretty much about it. That's kind of what everyone specializes in.
Well, this is my party here with me. It's Sylvan and Rowan and
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
Bradley and Doris.
Pleasure. Welcome, welcome. Has the city offered you a warm welcome?
Well, kinda.
Warm enough. We didn't
The
die,
guards
so-
aren't too nice outside.
Well, yeah, they keep things pretty high and tight out there.
Ben, it seems like a decent place.
There's good people here. We've run into some good barters, yourself.
Yes, yes.
Question I do have is, you guys are kind of separated. We've heard there's been like it's like the slums versus the king and the queen. Is that correct?
Yes, yes, that is the case. We particularly don't get too indulged into political matters, but there's a strong divide in the city, yes.
Yes, that's what we've been trying to stay out of that for the most part. Not trying to take a side at all yet, especially being new here.
That's probably best, because if you pick a side, you'll be treated as one, and neither side is happy with that, if you know what I mean.
For sure, for sure. Well, anyways, we appreciate you sharing this information with us, Dora. Maybe we'll be neighbors here soon if we get ourselves into the pits.
Aye. Perhaps we might meet you in the pits, too.
Are you rated pretty high or not?
Unfortunately not. I gotta go check the standings. But if you guys want to pass around the standings, here's the current standings of the pummel pits.
Silver Swan's A team, Silver Swan's B team. The Rubber Roses are fifth.
Now that's just rankings. There are more down there, but that's top 5. If you are really bad, you're not even ranked. So
What's the is there like an entry fee or anything like that?
there is, yes.
And then if you win your, say, I get in there and win a fight, what's the normal payout for one fight?
It depends what tier you're going into. They're tiered differently, and King Hansen could explain that much better than me. But each fight is tiered depending on the challenge of the fight.
Well, we are a little short on gold, so my friend Sylvan and I might be in the rink here soon.
It's only 200 gold per individual, or total as a 2, so 100 gold per.
Alright.
So it's nothing,
That's nothing crazy.
not busting your balls by any means. But if you're not a fighter, do not enter. It's a waste of money.
Is magic allowed?
Yes, yes, magic is allowed.
I'm assuming, what do like anyone who use staffs are not allowed to use them in there, since staffs are not allowed?
That's a good question. I've never foreseen anyone use a staff, just because I don't know. I've never asked that question. But nonetheless, magic is allowed. Yes.
Or the Silver Swan's phone, actually. I was kind of hoping maybe she would introduce ourselves to them.
Like I said, they were out
They're gone now.
completing the quest, but I would think I would have heard from them by now if they completed it. Anywho, nice folk, nice folk. Arthur's a little bit of a hothead, like I said, but yes.
And is he the wizard?
No, Luther's the wizard. He's the leader.
The son is the hunter.
Yes.
Author and Luther, you said.
Yes. And now they have some sort of cat-like creature with them. He doesn't talk much.
And the other members of the party, what classes are they?
One carries around a bow, so I'm assuming ranger. One carries around 2 knives, assuming rogue ranger. And then the other one, again, it's, Luther's the wizard and Arthur's the fighter. I don't think he's a barbarian.
Which one's the father again?
Luther. Luther is the elderly man.
Perfect.
But yes.
Well, I believe we actually have a meeting with the king, like I said, to introduce ourselves. So, appreciate you being very kind and showing us or telling us a little bit around the city. Very helpful.
Alright. There's a beautiful hall that we get to call home here in this guild district. And everyone is friendly, and we do not take quarrels outside of the pummel pits.
Well, that's good. And hopefully you don't see us in the pummel pits here soon. Well, we will beat your ass.
Oh.
And I like to say that like
yeah.
not like.
A segment, but if you want to make it to the top, you'll have to go through us.
Sounds good. I'm sure you make a hell of a fighter.
Oh, I do. With that, I'll bid you farewell.
Yes, it was nice meeting you. I gotta give him a nice shake.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it was good to meet you, and are there any other instrument players that ever fight, or?
Is he part of your group?
Yes, unfortunately.
There are no instruments in the pummel pits. There's no place for that in war and hand-to-hand combat.
We shall see how You fired against my abilities.
They kind
And I will walk away. And I'm gonna do a little strut.
Your friend's tail's on crooked. I don't know if you can see that.
Just don't say anything. It's a sore subject. So.
I see. But, bid you farewell. Good luck with King Hansen.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, and with that, I would say we'll probably head to the king.
Yeah, wait. What if we wait for them to bring that creature back and we take it from and we can
That's not a bad idea,
But we need some sort of trap and a lot more work than we. I do not want to make enemies.
I believe we have the manpower. I believe we have the brainpower to pull that off. Rue might throw in, but fortunately, I feel like we are not very good at devising these plans.
I think we also, when we get in the pits, we get as many teams as we can in there.
I agree.
We get
Might as
a
well have 2 teams.
man and B team, and we'll make that the job.
Yes, I believe we may need to figure out who would be fighting for our A team.
Yes.
I have a couple ideas, but
Well,
I think you would be very strong.
Why don't you say that I pull my bow and arrow? I'm aiming at. Do I see any birds in that area?
Yeah, you see some seagulls because we're right on beach. Yeah.
I put it back down. I listen to Southern.
I love your competitiveness, Rowan, and between me and you are on the top of my list. No. But anyways, let's get going.
Machine.
That's hilarious.
Like he hides his bow and like an arrow comes out. He like
Oh,
pulls
I
me
like
like
it.
That's cool.
Um,
But yeah, you guys,
Yeah.
you guys going to the High King.
Yep.
All right. So, yeah.
Time out. One last thing. With my guidance,
Oh, yeah.
is it clear that I'm making guinea lines in the situation? Like, let's say we're making.
Like you're saying, it's a visual. Like,
Yeah,
is
because I don't. Cause it's not super long.
That's
I don't have my
that's the
guidance
ship
for it, I
one
don't think.
that Nadia
No,
gave
but
us.
it is still visual
And then-
and somatic, meaning or it's visual, somatic, and material. So, or maybe not material, but like you have to like speak and touch.
Okay.
So yeah, like there is like a sense, like a small little beam of light.
Good
like,
luck, buddy.
Magic.
And then it was,
Yeah.
I think it was the missing children. Because these other two are from.
Yeah.
Honestly,
Yeah, you probably just get that.
the ones from Time of Code, you're
Yeah.
saying? Yeah.
those are the two from there, right?
Yeah.
There was the murder and the missing people.
Yep.
And then this one was here, right? The missing children? Or is that?
No. Yep.
Because I thought I grabbed all 3 of them and I have 3 left. So
Yep.
that should be good.
But yeah. Anything else you guys would like to do?
Can while we're on the walk, I want to be looking for people with Thieves Guild symbol. Just,
Yeah,
just to analyze. If I can find any.
Just a second. Yeah, when do you do that? Roll perception. Yeah, nothing really strikes you as glaringly obvious that someone might be aligned with the Thieves Guild or anything like that. But before you know it, you guys are at the gates of the High Castle. One thing you guys do notice is that the guards and protection in this area has, multiplied tremendously as far as what it would be in like the slums. Much more heavy on the guard presence and stuff like that. But you walk across the bridge and you see again a row of soldiers.
Halt! State your business.
We have a meeting for King Wellington. We're Salty Mulkai. We talked to the post office and he said we could stop by anytime.
So, Team Alkai, that is a requested visit. Come on through.
Thank you.
Nice.
Oh, if you would have told us to come through, I'd have been so pissed.
But yeah, as you guys kind of continue on, you guys now are inside kind of the courtyard of the High Castle. Beautiful gardens, fountains, rest within, beyond the kind of the drawbridge there, and you guys, I'm assuming, go into the castle itself.
Yep.
And again, all marble, beautiful inside of this castle, and kind of along the back, you guys enter immediately into this throne room with a freshly crafted red silk carpet kind of rolled down the middle of this room that you guys are kind of walking on, and with every step you take, it's very clean, very quiet in this place. Everything is of perfect condition. It's a very rich and royal place. But you see a very fat king sitting on a throne with a very young, beautiful girl sitting on the throne next to him.
I'll get down on a knee.
Yo, I'll know that too. My king.
Before you do that, he's talking to some peasant-looking guy, but at the moment that he sees you guys kind of walking up, you see him.
Get that wench out of here. Leave. Is it? Do my eyes deceive me? Is that the salty Malachi crew approaching my presence?
I'll bow.
Yes, it is. It is us.
Ah, yes.
And he reaches over and he
Put some more grapes into his mouth.
Say, I've been wanting to see you for quite some time now.
Yes, we're notified by the post office that you were looking for us.
Say, there are rumors circulating the city. Are you guys aligned with Captain Sandor? This is true.
Well, he did hire us. He brought us here. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have been here. I'm not gonna lie about it.
I see.
But we did have a little bit of a fallout when we left. Some crazy shit went down at where we were, and basically had a large battle with the druids, and there's not a whole lot left of
Those leaf folk, eh?
Tiber Cove.
Ah,
Yeah, the lethal.
so say, did you say Tiber Cove is completely destroyed?
Well,
Probably. We're not totally sure.
we left before it totally fall, but
He starts rocking his chair. Oh, perfect. This is great news.
I believe you should not be clapping about that.
And you!
He kind of points, he grabs a chicken wing.
Yes, you can sit here and point at me, but I'm telling you right now, you should not be clapping over that.
And how do you dare speak to your king like that?
One, I'm just meeting you. And two, I would like this to be a great relationship we're gonna have, but there's some things that we're gonna talk about here in a minute that you need all the help you can get.
All the help I can get.
Yes.
And he kind of munches on his chicken wing.
There was a lot of people in that town that,
Fried or baked?
children, families, that all lost their lives.
My queen, Sabrina. Look at this little dragonborn.
Yes, he is little, isn't he, King?
Oh my
Is the
god.
king looking at me?
Yeah.
King Wellington.
I want to look at Sabrina.
I-
She's staring at me. She like, is she I want to do. I want to get an image of what is she enjoying this? Does she seem to be smiley along with him?
Yeah, she's pretty smiley and giggly.
Does she seem comfortable with them? Like she likes them, or does it seem more like?
Make an insight check.
Oh my god, this guy's
Nat
nasty.
20. You see as she's like kind of purposely standing, not like next to him or seated next to him. She's kind of like hand behind the throne, and when he like looks away, you see her go.
That's what I want.
And then the minute that like he like looks and acknowledges her, she's like,
Okay. King Wellington. I've actually just gotten to know these guys, but I never knew King Sandor or anything about Tiber Cove.
Sandor was no king.
And he points his chicken wing at you.
Oh.
he was the captain. That's what
Oh, my
I'm
bad.
sorry, not king.
I didn't know who Sandor was. What did you like about him?
He kind of looks up at this guy.
I am the king here.
Yeah. Obviously, you're the king. What did you like about that Sandor bloke?
Sandor,
Yeah, why didn't you like him?
He opposed everything that we ever stood for here, Skolagar. He was part of the tide, or the Order of the Tide. He rebelled against my ruling. He even tried to overthrow it.
He tried to overthrow you.
Yes.
He never shared that with us.
We squatted him down and we made him run.
Yeah, he seemed a nice guy, but he did hide a lot from us and kind of lost trust in him. A little bit of betrayal, so
Yes.
that's probably good news for you.
As of all the Order of the Tide members, all backstabbing, greasy slime balls, good for nothing. All they just serve purpose and be hung from the sides of ships, used as buoys as they come into the docks of my city.
Yes.
Why do you allow these Order of the Tide in your city if you don't like them so much?
They bring great markets. They boost our economy. They do a lot of the dirty work that none of the royals want to do. They run the shipyard. And we'll let them get their hands and knees dirty, and we'll profit from them. Pay them as little as we can.
You're a smart man.
Yes.
My
Yes, I
king.
see you. You seem like you look out for yourself.
He's on like his 10th chicken wing from this conversation.
Are these drumsticks that we're looking at here?
Yeah, they're like big, like turkey leg drumsticks. And he's easily.
State fair type.
Oh.
Oh, those are big
And
boys.
he's actually probably pushing 400 pounds in that chair. Like he's a big boy.
Hard attack, so.
My king.
Yes. Yes.
When
Speak
we
now.
were-
Yes.
When we were in Tiber Cove, we were hired by Sandor to do monster hunting. We really had no idea what we were doing in Tiber Cove until we figured out that it was more than just hunting monsters.
Yes.
And since spending time in your city, we have come to the realization that you and everyone else in this city might not be safe.
Jake. We're the same as we could ever possibly be. You fool.
When we fought at Tiber Cove,
Sabrina, is he a fool?
Yes, he is my king.
I,
A quite fool.
I might not be intelligent, but I can swing a sword well. And this is where everything becomes complicated. When we fought at Tiber Cove, it did not matter how good you were with a sword. You were
You're right.
eviscerated.
It doesn't matter how good you are with a sword. It's how many swords you have. And I have an entire army. And he kind of spins in his chair.
I watched an entire army turn to dust.
He's telling the truth, my king.
He kind of.
There's a greater evil at hand than what you may be understanding at this point. I don't know how to put this. We actually went out to the monastery. Do you know
Mortimer.
the Duke Mortimer?
Oh yes, I kicked him out of my city. Yes.
Well, that probably was a good thing, but let's just say he's working with some pretty bad people, gods. We went to a cave not too far from here, and we actually fought some ghouls.
Interesting. Ghouls, I don't believe are a threat, really. I don't.
And some hellhounds.
And I'm gonna take a hellhound like limb, and I'm gonna pull it out of my bag of holding and put it on the floor in front of him.
Ugh! You've dirtied my rug.
We will clean this up, but I think you need to see what you're dealing with. That is only
Jester!
hours out beside your wall.
Jester, and he grabs a chicken wing. Now! And he kind of points. You see these like kids, like kind of in like slummy kind of outfits, come and they start like squeegeeing the floor and like scrubbing the floor.
I'm gonna go over and I'm actually gonna start helping them.
Mm-hmm.
And as I do, I'm gonna make eye contact with them. And like I kind of want to have my back turned. I'm not sure if he's gonna say anything, but I'm actually gonna take just 2 gold pieces and give 1 to each.
Are you doing this secretly?
I want to try to, yes.
Okay.
Side hand.
Yep.
19.
Come on,
Nice,
baby.
nice.
So I got a. Shit. Oh, 23.
Nice, yeah, and so you kind of do this real subtly. You kind of get down on the hands and you kind of, as you're scrubbing, you kind of shift and kind of like slide their gold pieces on the ground and they kind of scoop them up and they kind of put them back and they get them in their pockets.
I just want to nod to both
They kind of nod to you, and as you do that, the king looks at you. So when you wish to be down on their level, do you?
I'm just doing my part. We were trying to show you what heart was out there, and obviously we dirtied your carpet, and I thought I should clean it just to help. There's nothing about that. They're human. We're all living beings.
I appreciate that. But, you know, a man of my status has people to do that for him.
That may be true, but I believe you're never too high to not step out of your way to help others. So even if you make it to this point, in order to gain people's respect, sometimes you have to do things you don't want to do.
He kind of cuts you off.
And that is why you'll never be king, you small green lizard. You have to step on people to get to places of hierarchy.
And it would be easy for you to step on him, my king.
Ha! Sabrina, you got jokes.
It would probably kill
Is
him.
this?
That was very funny, my queen.
I just want to get something straight.
And you see her as like she kind of like puts her head out forward to like say that, and smiles at him, and then immediately when you respond, she goes behind you.
Now, is it what were we brought here for? Were you just gonna make fun of my height and call me a lizard? Well, what is the point of this?
Silver, take it easy.
No, son, no, I've tried being respectful, and I have had none in return. So what is the point here? Please enlighten me.
You!
Where's this chicken?
Damn guy in his face.
Pissed me off.
You're in my house. I would treat you as such. You have been requested here. Now,
Actually, we requested it.
Well, no, we were requested. So.
Oh,
then-
sorry, I was uninformed.
yes,
That
I
was my fault,
requested you
sorry.
here
So what is it? Please enlighten me. Why did you want us here?
because you have a similar story to some of the more liked group.
The Silver Swans.
Hey, finally, a man with some intelligence around here.
Oh, thank you.
Yes. Think. Who speaks on behalf of your party?
I'll say we all do.
Hmm.
So,
We're unified.
yes, we say we have leaders, but it's most of the time just joking. We are mostly all created equals here at Sultan Molokai.
Equals.
But I guess if there's one person that would talk, it would be me.
Huh? Well, perhaps.
And he kind of claps. And as he does that, the doors kind of. And you see four people start walking into the entrance where you guys did. Armor is gleaming. It's very nice armor, silver. All four of them have, besides the cat-like creature. The cat-like creature is a white cat, though. And it has, you can't tell that right now, but they all have bleach blonde hair. There is an old man kind of leading the group, but they approach, and in their hands you see them carrying a giant crab pack.
Oh, very impressive.
I
Yes.
believe are these the Silver Swans?
And as the king kind of looks back,
Oh, yes, they are here, yes. Luther, please step forward.
and as they kind of walk up, he kind of gets down to the ground.
And you see someone who looks very similar to him, but much younger.
Age is younger, yes.
Gets down to one knee and he goes, "Father, allow me." And he like tries to muscle the egg out of his father's hand.
And kind of being the old man that Luther is, Arthur seems to kind of muscle it out of Luther's hand, but Luther doesn't, as he's already kind of taking a knee, he doesn't pay much attention to it.
So, I see you've completed my bounty, you four. Very nice, very nice. I will be giving you a reward ASAP.
Yes, what will be our reward, my king?
As always.
We are the best, you know this.
I do. Gold as always. And dining with us all. Being my favorite group of adventurers in the city. And Luther and Arthur being at the top of the pummel pits.
For now. Oh, speaking of the pummel pits,
Hey, yes.
how do we join those?
Oh, you come to me.
Maybe we could prove ourselves a little bit to you. In fighting in those ranks. We're all very valuable fighters here.
Oh, yes.
Us,
That'd be great.
I guess 5 of us. This guy, Bradley's a little quiet, so don't mind him.
He hasn't said much yet.
But he is a very powerful magic caster.
Well, I don't know if you know about the Punk Pits, but not all 5 of you can enter at the same time. We have rules of this. It's not just some chaotic place to fight. It kind of is, but there's limited to 2 people.
Can we have multiple groups?
Yes, like the Silver Swans, I believe, rank top and 4th, I believe. I haven't checked the list in a while, but they have an A team and a B team, yes.
B team is only 4th.
What
What happened there? I thought the Silver Swans were unstoppable.
Excuse me. Who are you?
Me?
The old wizard kind of stands up.
We are, Soti Malkai. We worked in Tiber Cove,
So
similar to yourself.
you worked in Tiber Cove.
Yes, we are monster hunters.
Oh,
We were actually trying to seek you out earlier today.
But we obviously see you had bigger business going on.
We were actually thinking about doing the bounty that you did, but you just beat us to it, so congrats.
Well, thank you. I do not mean to sound cocky when I say this, but unfortunately, there's probably not enough work in the city for the both of us. It's best you and your party move on if you would like to find work in another city.
I'm personally, I'm not here just to do little bounties, so to speak. I think there's a greater evil, much more important than a bounty.
But Luther, we do respect the work you guys
Yes,
have done. We've heard good
I'm
things.
sorry, I try to come across as nice, and I just feel that we've been disregarded this entire conversation. And
He is very
I
fiery
wanted to find,
and
I wanted to
passionate.
talk to you all, and the king, about something.
And Luther, his temper is short like his height.
Okay, that one actually, my guy starts laughing.
I used to Sigmund
Sylvan
laugh.
does not laugh. I'm gonna
I
laugh.
can't
Sigmund
hold
like
it.
it goes a little bit.
And you see,
I don't laugh. I just keep talking.
And you see Queen Sabrina laugh, and like the whole room's kind of laughing, even like the Silver Swans, except Luther. Luther's not laughing. He's looking at you, and he's just.
And yeah, and you see the ranger of sorts that has like some of this like silver ring that kind of goes throughout her leather armor, and she sort of like twirls her sickles a lot as she does this. Well, if you're not here to do bounties in the city, I mean, what's better than personal wealth?
Well,
privilege.
first of all, being alive is more valuable than that. And if you don't listen to what I'm about to say, I'm sorry, you're not going to have a life to live. And I don't mean to sound that. I'm being as blunt as I can be, and I'm being honest. Something that I pride myself in being is being honest. And here's the thing. I just witnessed we were going to do this bounty, and yeah, you may have been quicker to it. Maybe we couldn't have did it. I don't know. We're still fresh. We've only known each other for a short time. But we're similar to yourselves. We came in under Captain Sandor. Didn't really know what this place was about. I'm from far away. All of us are. And came here. Didn't really know what was going on. Anyways, do you even know what the Red Moon stands for? Have you seen it?
The Red Moon.
Once you
Yes.
say everyone, kind of, I want to look once he says it and try to feel a little. Maybe
Yeah, do a perception, yeah.
Just see if I can sense anybody reacting.
Yeah.
15.
Yeah, you see Luther make eye contact with the king, like he kind of shoots a look up at him, but other than that, you don't gain much other than that.
Have you heard of it before?
The rest of them kind of like look at each other like expecting an answer from somebody.
So would you say they look confused somewhat?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'd
Not
say
confused,
like
confused, more or less like, what does this have to do?
Okay.
Like,
It's not irrelevant.
So,
Yeah.
they think.
have you heard of it?
well,
Do you know what it is?
we've seen it.
You've seen it. That's all you've experienced with it.
Yes.
I have some knowledge, all of us do, about it.
I'm gonna kind of start strolling, and I'm gonna take my coin out and start flicking it.
This Red Moon is far more powerful than a single city. Maybe more powerful than the entire Isles put together. Are you curious to learn more about it?
I think you underestimate my king's armies.
I may.
And he's just up there.
The king, more so to speak. I'm speaking to you. Do you wish to hear about this or no?
Oh, I'm sorry. Were you speaking to me?
Yes.
Oh. Sorry, I thought you and Luther were having a little bit.
I was speaking to everyone.
Yeah.
Do you know what the red moon is? Did you hear me say this?
Yes, but I disregard it as it's useless information. Moons go through their cycles, and who cares?
Yeah, alright. So you don't wish to know anything more?
Well, what information do you have, little one?
I'm not totally sure if I really want to share it anymore, I'm not gonna lie.
Sylvan, I
I feel
think
that we're being...
it may be smart to save that for another time.
Another date.
I believe we are wasting time with
Yes, it
sharing that.
does not mean anything, I guess, as of now. Just know I have warned you. And we'll leave it at that.
He takes his chicken wing. You will tell me of this red moon!
And I look at him.
So you do wish to know?
Speak!
Coin.
Speak!
Coin and you get your information?
Guards! Arrest this man!
I have information that you may want.
And if you wish to save your party from spending gold on your bond, you will speak!
Sylvan, please speak.
Sylvan.
And I'm gonna look at Luther.
Arthur is kind of stepping, takes the spear out,
Okay.
and is like,
I'm looking. He's kind of looking
kind
at me.
of like not necessarily approaching you head on, but he's like making a circle, like kind of getting.
I'm
to
gonna
the side
kind of
everybody.
brace up, but just like not like just like kind of showing activity by Sylvan.
I'm gonna make contact with Luther. What is he looking like? Because he's the leader of the Silver Swan, I'm assuming.
His head's kind of down as this whole thing's playing out, just like this.
Okay.
He looks up at you.
I'm assuming you're a man of the people.
And as all this other commotion's going on, I just want to connect with him.
I'm telling you that this information is far greater than any danger that roams around these cities. It might be a conversation that we have to have together. I came here trying to unify the Wellingtons and the city, and obviously that's not getting anywhere. So if you have any power here, I would stop your king and what he's about to do.
You get a message telepathically, and it's Luther saying, These pigs know nothing of the quarrels that go on outside of these walls. That is only something we know of. I am trying to learn of this red. I am unfamiliar of its properties or even what drives them. The king states that the moon goes in cycles, but these have been reoccurring for months now. Not months, weeks. I am curious, and if you would like, we could meet shortly after this, you and I. We can review our findings. That's what you get telepathically.
Can I sit back?
Yeah, you can.
I didn't know if it was a spell.
Yes, I would really like this. It's something that I wanted to speak to you with, and I thought the king would care, and obviously you called them pigs, which I can 100% agree with. I've been treated like shit this entire time. But I will tell the king some stuff so I do not get arrested, but I will not give him the full truth because I feel he's not deserving.
And I will then kind of break eye contact.
But as that happens, like kind of telepathically, you ask for Luther to say something, and he says, "I will not disrespect my king."
Oh, wow.
I'm gonna step,
I just-
as they're doing that, I'm gonna step forward. My king, what my friend...
You there!
Yes.
Silence! The green one still has to speak.
Yes, and I will. You're the king.
Yes.
And I understand that.
Still much noise tickling.
I'm sorry where I come from. There wasn't necessarily there was, but anyways. The red moon, yes, it goes through cycles, right? All I know is there's a greater evil behind it that, from what I've seen, can destroy armies. Like that. So your entire army, I don't care how many swords you have hired for you, I'm not kidding you, in a snap of a finger, it could be wiped out in a second. So, exactly. You don't care, that's the information I have. That is what I have.
You have not seen the Skulligar army, have you?
I've seen them on the walls, yes, and I've also seen the Leaf Folk Army, and their numbers were, I guess from my perception, just as big. And it took a matter of 5 seconds, and they're all disappeared, wiped from thin air. So, take from it, run from it, train your army.
Maybe
It's
we
not
could.
information I have.
Maybe we could watch his army here in battle or in training and see what we were dealing with at some point.
All you need to know is that we have Dracus under our control.
Seems powerful.
Oh yeah, I've heard of him.
Yes, the city dragon turtle.
Yeah.
He's under our control.
I've seen something just as big as a dragon turtle. That's so high. Doesn't really faze me.
Well, I'm saying, whoever this man is you speak of in his army, they don't have a dragon turtle.
They have something more powerful.
It's impossible. It's the largest beast in the sea out there.
Whenever you feel you're the most safest, if you feel you're the safest, sometimes that's when you're most vulnerable. So please just take this information and give some consideration to it.
Well,
and think on it. That's all I have to say. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to overstep, but I tried to be productive here, and I just was tough to come by, I guess. I don't know.
well, I requested you into my halls to see a little bit of your party dynamic and to get a little insight as to what Sandor was doing over there in Time of Cope. It seems you guys tarnished your relationship with him. But, and the city seems to be fallen.
Yes, which is not good.
So that's good on my sake. Less competition, if you know what I mean.
It actually may have added more.
How so, you say?
The people are fighting for the Red Moon now. So,
This Red Moon army, if it could only happen during the Red Moon, it's happened like once every 2 weeks.
oh, trust me, it's just in the early stages. We haven't even seen the true devastation of what it's going to cause.
And where's your degree from moonology to give me these?
I don't have one. I'm just speaking on what I've experienced in my life, and again, I'm just giving you the information. Take it or leave it.
Sylvan, I
think
think you need to put it to rest.
Yes, agreed.
We can convene about it after.
Yes.
I
try to
appreciate
look out
your
for the good of the
concern.
people.
No, and we
I
know.
really am.
King Wellington, is there anything you want from us at this time being?
Well, you could prove your worth at least.
How would you like to do
Could we
that?
do that in the fighting pits?
Yes, you can. That provides me and my wife with great entertainment.
Really?
Do not worry, no one dies in the pummel pits.
We're not afraid.
Me and
of
my
it.
clerics put a globe of invulnerability over the ones who have downed, preventing any interaction or harm from entering those.
Yes, I think we actually would like to register 2 teams.
Oh, 2 teams, you say?
Yes.
Soti Malkai Team A and Soti Malkai Team B?
Maybe Salty, and then our other team would be more.
Malkai.
Yes, Team Soti and Team Mokai.
Ooh, I like that. Very nice. You're getting it. Well, say, what's Team A? Or Team Soti or Team Malkai?
We'll give us a minute to converse as a group. And then, like, we're gonna
I'm gonna say what's all like how long.
You guys see the Soti Malkai kind of puddle in.
And you see,
I'll get right in the middle.
yeah, and Bradley sort of like kind of comes over, and you see like him like fidgeting with something like in his pocket, and he's just kind of like,
Let us. How can we best match up?
I believe we need to put
Optimize each other's.
Sylvan with me or Doris. I don't know if we want to try to load one team and not the other.
The only thing I was thinking is Sylvan can use one of his spells to get advantage attacks, and then I can use my sharpshooting ability to get.
I agree. The only thing I worry about is we lack the durability.
Sure, we might want to. We need to split those two.
Because
I think you have some magic casting. You do. I do.
He does not.
Doris does not. So we might need somebody I can heal as well. So we might need to put. I'm trying to think of the best.
the one thing that I do see as an advantage, if I am with Sigmund and I get my whole person off, he could use Divine Smite and possibly double damage all of it.
That's true, and you are probably the strongest in this group, but no, I'm not going to admit that.
Well, thank
us
you.
two together, I could really do some damage.
Yes.
I think that you guys would do more damage, and I just as equally durable as each other. But you'll be able to deal more damage. I'm just more of a supporter.
Yeah, so I think maybe
You're alright with
If we
that?
try to
me
capitalize-
and Doris, and
I was thinking yes. I was thinking either me and Sylvan or me and you, Rowan. And
I think me and
If-
Doris would be the most optimizing both squads. Now the big question is, who is Soti and who is Mokai?
we are salty. You know why? Because we have a salty dragon boat.
We will speak about
You
this
can be
further,
Team
yes,
Volkai.
Okay, let us.
What about Bradley?
Bradley,
Can feel bad.
he's ready to sub in.
Maybe we could like submit some.
Wellington, are subs allowed 4 teams? No.
Can you disband the team and then rejoin?
Yes.
Okay. So worst case
Do you
scenario.
ever have 3-person fighting?
I want to do 2.
I just feel bad there's 5 of us.
If we ever get, if one group's at the bottom of the leaderboard, we can just quit that.
Well, that's what I
And
said,
then
if-
Bradley can join in.
If we both do our fights and do the entry, we can probably maximize the amount of gold we can
Oh,
win.
yeah.
And,
We'd have Bradley like be the overseer of both groups.
and I mean, there's 2 DMs, so maybe we can get some combat going for everyone.
Yeah, Bradley could maybe go.
Bradley kind of speaks and he goes, I wouldn't mind just watching.
Oh,
Alright, so yeah, I say we do
he
that.
probably used wild magic on himself anyways.
All right.
Probably.
I kind of like edge your enemy. My king, we have decided all groups.
Yes.
It will be me in the fiery dragon mode.
Sylvan,
Get this.
I am Sigmund Brightsteel.
He's like pointing to a
And
gesture.
then
He's like writing it down.
I am not. My dad is Sylvan the Stentorius.
Yes.
And we will be team.
Are you getting that?
We will
boy?
be team Salty.
So,
And then my fellow members here, Doris and Rowan, they will be team Mokai.
You guys do any gambling on this?
Oh yes, all the time.
Can we
Yeah, no, we have the
can we
dice.
Pete Rose this and bet on ourselves?
Hold on just a sec. It's Rowan and Doris.
Yes.
And then Sylvan and Sigmund.
Sigmund.
That's Soti.
And the S's for team S. Salty, Sigmund.
That is true.
Slash.
When is the first time we can prove ourselves? Like today, they're saying.
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Yes. Fights already have occurred today. But yes, you pretty much make a challenge. If you guys want, I can elevate you so you don't have to do the preliminary fights, if you will. I can get you. What's the list? Give me the list.
We kind
Give them
of list.
It seems the Rebel Roses are at spot number 5.
Oh, I actually was just talking to the leader there, Jorah.
Yes,
I told him I would kick his ass. That might be a good matchup.
he's a mighty fighter.
What do we both fight?
What if we could do? What's the one ahead of that?
The Silver Swan.
We,
Team B.
we will take on the Silver Swans, Team B, and I want to stare at the 2. Actually, I'll stare at the other bow and arrow guy.
Say,
The girl, yes.
So,
Well, what'd she look like? Can't tell.
so she's got just like leather armor on. She's got a pretty narrow face. She's got like a ponytail of silvery hair.
And then that's with the cat. And then she's teamed up with the cat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or not like
Well,
Team W. You don't know the team.
You don't. There's no sense of them being like, oh yeah, we're a
yeah.
team.
Yeah.
I got you.
Yeah. They're just kind of as a group right now.
As I can see in your group, the father-son, I'm sure, is the Team A. So we will take on this cat fellow and the good-looking lady over there.
As you say that, King Wellington speaks up.
there's no jumping rankings.
Okay.
You must pass the Rebel Roses first.
So since there's 2 teams of us, only one of them us can fight them.
Yes,
And then we. And then
But-
the
How
second.
about the other game?
but you can fight them back to back. If one team loses, the other one can go in.
Okay, I guess we'll do that.
Sounds good to me.
And then what happens if we win?
You take their spot, and you get the reward.
Can the other team fight some other team?
Oh, and then we fight.
Wait,
the
if they can
Roses
fight them
right
back to back,
afterwards.
if they lose, could we fight them again with the other team?
Explain it a little further.
So like,
Because like, is there another ranking like 6, 7, 8, 9, 10?
We only do top 5. Technically, to get even within the top 5, you have to fight in the preliminaries. And once you gain favor, people start to get to know
So
you.
if Salty wins against the Rebel Roses, then
you would have
Mordecai
to
would
fight
then
the
fight the
rebel.
Rebel Roses, which obviously would be easy with us two.
And I'm giving you a favor to get out of those preliminary
Yes.
fights.
I
I
believe we
appreciate
should
that, my
take it.
king.
Yes, yes. No matter how much I've been disrespected today.
Who do you think should fight first? Us or you?
You can go first.
You guys
Alright.
want to go first, and then we can go second?
Molokai will go first.
How we'll do this too is just to like make things easy. You'll just tell me who's gonna go first, and what we'll do is we'll split up the DMs for that,
Okay.
and both groups will actually fight.
So then we can at least see in the later leaderboard.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
want to get to it tonight.
A question. Since we're on the same team, we do not have to fight each other. Is that correct?
Well, not if you don't want to, but if one team wants to climb to the top and the other team's in the way,
We will make that decision.
you might have to fight each other.
When we are 1 and 2, then we will have that fight, I guess.
And obviously Mordecai will be the one.
That would be fun. That would be fun.
That would be
Or
very
we just-
fun.
We'll just dominate it, and
No fun.
Whoever
For
is
1
number
and 2
two.
when we fight, right?
number 2 would just
I
defend
say-
everyone.
We go, unless you have anything
So what
else
is the
for us.
reward for this fight?
The weekly reward. So, once you get to the top champion status, you get a weekly pay and free housing in the guild halls district.
Perfect.
Weekly pay 500 gold, so 250 per champion. And for each time you defend the spot, you get 2,000 gold.
Every night.
So that's for any win in the pits, correct?
No, it's tiered. So once you get on the top 5 rankings, first you must enter your fee. You place the 200 fee, 100 per fighter.
Yep.
That goes into the pummel pits pot.
Yep.
If you beat number 5, you get 500 gold.
And
If you
then
beat 4, you get 1,000 gold.
Okay.
3, 1,500. 2, 2,000. 1, grand prize 5,000 if you eliminate the grand winner.
Sounds
Perfect.
good to me.
And you said you could bet. Are we able to bet on ourselves?
You are, yes,
Oh.
yes. But I do not do any of that. That is with the bookies down outside the stadium. And you will find them when fight day goes on.
So if one of us win, what happens if we do like a preliminary fight?
Yes.
Do you get paid for that as well?
Preliminaries.
So like say we beat the Rebel Roses, or they beat the Rebel Roses.
Yes.
Can Soti, can we fight some other team and get paid?
Perhaps you can check the list.
I believe we should both fight the Rebel Roses and make our way up the rankings.
And then we can work from there.
Because just one of us will be 5.
Yeah, so one will be 5. I guess we'll be tied for 5th. And
I'm
then
just
somebody-
curious.
And then we can go up and fight the next group to advance to the
Correct.
spot.
Because yeah, I'm just curious if say we get
So what if we
5.
both beat the Rebel Roses?
Well,
I guess-
that comes whoever fought them first, which you guys would determine would be. But if one of your groups loses, obviously, then the other one wins. The other one gets the spot. But if you both win, whoever fought them first gets the spot.
Okay.
Alright, sounds good. Yeah, we can decide that.
You don't allow any of those, what's the word I'm looking for? Like a wand, or you don't allow any of those people to fight, do you?
Actually, yes. You get all items in the pummel pits.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Interesting.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay.
Alright, well, I think that's all we.
Tomorrow, you said, right? Do we
Tomorrow,
meet?
tomorrow, yes.
What
Do
time?
we meet at the pits?
Yes, 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 yes. Meet at the pits. Yes, yes.
Anytime?
And you actually see Luther kind of stand up. It is me and my son who have the current spot, number 1 overall. My companions, Lex and Fang, are at the 4 spot. It would be advised that you do not enter these pummel pits, as it is only going to be a waste of your party money. Money that you can use elsewhere.
We appreciate your concern. Thank you. Let's head out, fellas. I'd say that.
And I'm gonna make eye contact with Luther, just kind of bow my head.
He bows back to you.
Well, my king, it was a pleasure.
And
And my beautiful queen, it was an honor to be in your presence.
Thank you.
And then I was gonna just look at her and I'll bow as well.
I will also do that. Throw a wink.
You notice as she's kind of like behind the king's throne, she kind of like as you are about to leave and like you do your bows and then you take the one last look and like try to wink at her and like she's got her head down like, and she like you can like visibly see an exhale but like trying to keep it under her breath, like feeling the tenseness like leave the room.
Perfect.
Anxiety.
Well, we'll be on our way. It was a pleasure meeting you,
We gotta.
and wish best of luck to everyone in the pits tomorrow.
Hey, it was a pleasure meeting Sotimalke too for the first time. I bid you good luck in the pits tomorrow.
Thank you.
You'll give the gold to the members of the bookies and all that down there when you enter.
Sounds good. Thank you.
No problem.
And I will walk out.
All right.
As you walk out, the ranger is like on the way and she kind of side eyes you all. Watch your heels. She walks towards the rest of the room.
As you do walk past, kind of the silver swans too, you see the cat, and the cat's again, it's just a white cat. It has green eyes.
Or do we see? Is it walking past us as well?
Nope, you like just walk past it, and it's just eyes are kind of straight ahead.
When I walk by.
It kind of shoots you a look like that. But nothing else seems to happen. But yeah, you guys walk out of the High Castle throne room, and you guys, I'm going to say you cross the bridge into kind of the more luxurious area, so you guys are like right, kind of...
I'm assuming we'd see the library when we walk.
Yep,
there.
the library's right there.
And seeing, since we're here, I believe we might want to stop the library and try to find information on Ragul and these other gods and see if we
I
can.
think that's a good idea.
We can also look to see if we can find anything about these fights, to find history or background knowledge we can use going into them. Like things that have worked in the past or any tactics.
Sure. Yes. Well, let's be on our way. And now we'll walk towards the library.
All right. Yep.
And I'll like casually walk in there. Does it look like it's a pretty big library?
Yeah, it's huge.
It's very big.
Yep.
Okay.
Very big library.
While they're going to do that, I'm gonna go and do my own thing.
Okay. We'll stick with the library for now.
So I'll walk in. Is there like someone sitting at a desk or something?
Or honestly, if you want to do a library, I can take Doris out there
Yeah,
and do
we
something.
can do that.
Yeah, let's do that. All right, Doris,
Okay.
come on with me. Oh.
Yeah, there is a halfling. Looks like an attendee, doesn't seem like the actual librarian, but
I believe we should split up and look for different types of information. Rowan. I believe we need to split up and look for different types of information here in the library.
Sounds like a plan.
I don't know if anyone wants to look for something on Ragul.
Yes, I'm gonna do that.
I don't know
I'm
much
gonna go
about
speak to the little halfling.
I will look up this god Ibrahimul.
Alright. Maybe you just look up red moons.
moons.
See what that is. See if we can find anything about that.
Yes. And then also be on the lookout for the
That's what I'm gonna show him.
sigil.
And just see if he knows. Have you seen it?
Perfect.
yeah. So you actually walk up to this desk. There's actually
Battle box?
Sick.
What was the battle thing called?
okay. So
The fighting pits.
Summon pits.
you see, there's actually two halflings. There is a woman who looks much older, and then you see a younger male halfling. Seems as if the woman herself is the librarian, so she's kind of like writing things down, handing him a book, and he's like kind of like almost charting for her and like taking a cart and walking around. And he kind of comes back as you walk forward. Ah, yes. What can I help you with in your searches of knowledge today?
I believe we're looking for information on gods.
On gods, okay. We have a grand selection.
I don't know if you could assist us at all. Specifically the god Ragul,
Ragul.
and then
So,
one Ibrandul.
Ibrandul. That one sounds a little more familiar. Vern, please take them and find Ibrandul. Ragul, though,
And sketch that star.
and she kind of looks through a ledger of sorts, and she kind of flips to an R section, and you see a long list of R names, and she's kind of looking, and she goes, Ragul does not appear to be, at least in our records, of being of godhood.
I'm gonna take my book.
Have you seen this star before?
Well, yes, that is a pentacle, mainly used in various types of rituals and different types of sacrifices. May I ask why this is important? I hope most of the time a star like that is not used for good things.
Yes, we are not worshiping anything like that. We actually encountered it ourselves and trying to learn more about it.
I see. It is devilish in nature, but sometimes demonic. It can be used for many different things. It is not used for a specific god of sorts, I don't believe. It's used by many.
And what does it symbolize?
Well, it a lot of the times is used as some sort of blood sacrifice, blood ritual.
That makes sense.
Sometimes is used.
A blood moon.
Yes.
Sometimes is used as a sort of binding. Anything that is sacrificed inside that circle is either transferred, sometimes a soul, sometimes its own blood, sometimes its life. Sometimes there is a connection formed during these certain rituals. Many times a body is placed. They take the blood of whatever person or thing or being that is sacrificed and is used in the ritual to bind that body, whether it be flesh, soul, or life itself, to the being who is casting.
Very helpful.
Sometimes it's also used as a summoning factor.
Yes. Yes, I believe we found it as, it looked like almost like a teleportation circle.
So if I were to, I saw it on the throne.
A throne. Oof. In that sense, maybe it is used as a semblance of power, or maybe the sacrifice is transferred there, but
Trust me, that's why we came for more information.
yes, give me a second. And
What is your name?
My name is Troya. 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 And she actually, so you're at a front desk, and there is like a wall of books right behind her, and she goes, I may have just gotten something returned to me on something that might help. And she kind of turns around and she gets on the ladder quick, and she grabs a book off the shelf and she opens it up. And she starts flipping through the pages. And remind me, we are looking for what?
Basically, we think that it's something related to a guy named Ragul. He's definitely.
And maybe some sort of like pact or something like that.
Yes.
Anything with the Underdark as well.
The Underdark. See now, most things in the Underdark are abyssal of nature. Darker beings, those of the Drow, those of the Duragar, the Dark Dwarven people, Mind Flayers, a bunch of different beasts and beings and monstrosities and aberrations, but if we are talking about a sacrifice in a sense, I don't understand why there is a connection, most of it being demonic, which is from the abyss, but more relatively to the devils, the ones of the Nine Hells. Unless there is, many cults and things that would ritually sacrifice would maybe use this symbol. Unless they're trying to draw a connection, maybe that is why the teleportation is there.
Yes, we actually have a tablet that has information regarding that.
Yes, it says.
I'd bring it out.
And like you bring it out, and like she like almost like recoils even at like she sees
Yeah.
the scripture, and she's like
Well, I'll put it on.
like just the symbol. She's not maybe recoiling just from the tablet itself. Like
Yeah.
she sees the abyssal markings, and she's like, "Whoa."
Can you read this?
I can decipher.
Because I know what it says.
Follow me. And she sort of takes you takes you away from the front desk. And
Okay.
there are like dozens of people in here. Not close, but you like see people like walking back and forth. And like as you kind of pull that out, she goes, "Let's do this in a more quiet place." And then she like snaps her fingers towards Vern coming back, and he's carrying a book, and she grabs it from him and she whispers, and then he kind of takes place and sits at the desk, and then she takes you across the library into the far back spaces, and you're going by rows and rows of books, and this is like a 2-story library, but like each level is like 20 feet. So it's very tall building, and so she kind of takes you back, and there's this space. It's not a room by sense, but it is a private section that like if anybody is in there, you kind of just leave them by themselves, and it is a big wide open, like it's like a study room essentially.
Okay.
And no walls, just a open space, and she kind of sets you there, and she draws a curtain across the main part of the section, and then she sits down at a table, and she pulls out a small book, handheld book, and she kind of pulls it open. You notice right away that there's abyssal symbols
On her. Yeah. It's like it's her deciphering.
Yeah. And she sort of like starts reading it in abyssal, and she gets like the first sentence, and she doesn't say another word.
What's wrong?
I do not feel comfortable reading the rest of this.
And why is that?
This is a scripture saying of a god.
Yes, what gun?
She is a queen, and even if I tell you, I must not say anymore.
And I give her my pen and paper.
And so she writes down.
Right here.
Yeah, I know. Make a persuasion check for me.
Me?
Yes.
I'm good at this, baby. 25. I always roll a 14.
Okay, and she.
Right.
You get nervous.
No, she was insight checking and then rolling against the persuasion.
Like insight, like our intentions with it, basically.
Yeah, so
Okay.
she incites.
I did a Pilsner.
She incites all three of you, and she's like looking at you with like full intent to be like, holy shit. And then she's like, you almost like get a sense of like she's almost in danger, and then she kind of looks across all three of you, and her like shoulders like sort of like retract a slight bit, but it is noticeable to all of you.
Yeah.
Okay.
The thing is, even writing scares me. This
What if you tell me in your brain?
this being is of the Underdark herself. She does not reside on this plane. Even mention, even writing, can give her some power that we do not like.
I use a spell, and you tell me through.
I will write initials.
Do you have any books on this? Or if we find an Underdark one, will it tell us?
We purposely do not allow her scriptures in this town. So if you are looking for this woman, I do not wish to show you. And if they're already here, we will not allow them to be seen by the natural. But Ibrendu, that is someone I can tell you. He
Just before you go, could you write another letter on a piece of paper for me?
I can.
Just a random letter. Maybe you could do it a couple times.
And she brings out another small book that is empty. She opens the first page. I trust. What is it that I must write?
The second letter.
And then she rips. We'll say, I'll just.
Yeah.
She goes. She rips the page out. Rips the page out. Rips the page out. And she have both F.
Yeah.
Oh, you can stop.
And then she writes in. Does anybody speak Celestial?
I do.
Okay.
Nice,
And
Dean.
in a Celestial ruin, she writes that, and then she in large S in Abyssal. So then,
Wait, I'm not saying that to her, but like,
Yeah.
for the listeners, sorry. We appreciate you doing
Yes, thank you.
and you see like a drip of sweat, like kind of going down.
I'm gonna pull out 3 gold.
No, I cannot accept.
If you need anything,
I understand that whatever information that you are trying to gain access of, you didn't get it from me. That being said, I don't know what path you are on, but it is dangerous. I don't know where you have been and gotten this tablet, but just know you might have been close to something of her nature and her beings.
No. We saw this elevator.
Mm-hmm.
Have you heard of things like this? We found one. We were told to destroy them.
In elevator. I mean, there's many elevators.
It's a passage to the Underdark, I believe.
Oh my.
Yeah,
And you destroyed one.
Yes.
Oh,
Is that good?
yes.
Okay, good.
we all like take a sigh of relief.
Is that good? Is that good?
Troy, I trust you.
It is tricky. There is much knowledge about the Underdark that many don't know, and as a librarian, I would love to know more. But certain things are very, very dangerous that you don't see above ground. But there are also elven civilizations. There's dwarven civilizations, halfling civilizations, many different type of civilizations and knowledge that can be granted by the Underdark. Civilizations that have just been wiped from existence. But with this, there is now knowledge that there is more. While I'm glad that you destroyed an elevator, it does sadden me that there is not knowledge to be gained from it.
We were told that it would be dangerous, so that's why we destroyed it.
Yes, we thought it would probably be better that whatever beings are coming from the Underdark stay down in the Underdark and away from where we are.
Because have you been seeing the red moon?
Yes, I.
Do you know what? We kind of have some knowledge. We think it's related to.
And I'll the QFS. I kind of look at kind of.
And she. In my knowledge, I am unsure. We don't have much knowledge on the red moon. Up until recently, it hasn't happened very often. Sometimes people say that, or scriptures say that, the red moon is that of lycanthropy or a metamorphosis of beings who are afflicted with a wound or a curse for their life, sometimes don't have control to change in this red moon's light. But in the knowledge that I have had to read, I don't understand the connection, but the fact that you've brought this to me today means that there's much more that I would be naive to know.
Well, I appreciate all the information. It at least gives us something to go off of. We were kind of lost, and I just want everybody to stay safe. That's truly why we're here, and we think that this person is being, with the help of that Regu fellow that I mentioned, and others, they're planning something to destroy all 6 islands.
Yes.
And I'm not sure what our little party has to say in it, but they seemed a little bit worried about what we were and what we could be, and so I just want you to know that you're giving this information to people that are on your side.
Well, thankfully, I am only on the side of knowledge.
Good, good.
I'm employed here. I have no signs of good, bad. Well, maybe good of heart, but you did ask about Ibrandul.
Correct.
Ibrandul is a god of darkness, the god of the Underdark specifically. He is lizard-like in a sense, or is said to be. And she's got the book open and kind of like reading through. He has had many allies that are not of the light, obviously. He is definitely chaotic. I fear that even though you have destroyed an elevator to the Underdark where he may rule, at least parts of, there's something to know about abyssal natures. An elevator isn't something that will stop them from surfacing when called upon. But it does make the ones who cannot travel through means of walking much more difficult. He is vile, but like many gods, most of them are held behind a divine gate. Much like the gods, if you worship any, and she kind of looks at you, don't have physical presence in the world. Now, the one we first spoke of definitely does not, but what you're showing me is she has more influence now again. And that is worrisome.
I believe she was possibly trying to work with Ibrandul. I think that's what the guy told us.
Yes.
So he might be trying to join up with this being and all the other gods that are involved.
I don't know if you can do some more research for us, like specifically, but there may be a connection between the god Regu we spoke about, Isbrandul, and the other one that you wrote on the moon pad. There's also ones of the rule and the zoo that we may believe have a connection as well.
Now, Ibrindul would make sense. Many passages from the Underdark to other realms have been weaved in existence, and maybe she needs him to return. But, this Ragul, though, what type of, you said you've seen him. What
Yes,
type of being is he?
I was actually in his realm, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
Face to face with him. Definitely demonic, devilish. Wings.
It seems
And a
as
whip.
if there's a possibility that this being is of another god. I don't know if he would be of God, but maybe he sees himself as such, and that is why he is powerful.
And he always says, not sure if this helps you, but he says he's kind. It seems to be his common saying. All of his followers say he's kind.
Unfortunately, there are no texts on Ragul, at least in my library. There have been people in the past, like the Raven Queen, who has been mortal and has ascended to godhood. Maybe he is trying to follow a path as well. And if he sees himself as a god, and he can put others under his allegiance, that helps. But it is more difficult to become a god than just saying you are one.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't be able to put it past anybody. Especially of demonic nature.
For sure.
Well, thank you, Troy. I really appreciate it. I just want you to know if there's ever a red moon, make sure to stay inside, okay? What else could be out there? We'll be on the front lines, but just stay safe, alright?
Yes.
I think that the knowledge you have in this library is more valuable than a lot of other things. So,
Well, go ahead, sorry. I was gonna say one other thing. Do you know anything about removing curses?
Oh, removing curses, yeah, I mean, yes, there are many.
We know the spell remove a curse, but doesn't seem like we know too many people that have it around here.
Well,
I have a friend that has one, and we're trying to figure out a way to remove it.
well, I mean, there are many different types of people that could remove a curse. I mean, a god themselves could. Wizards can, I believe, paladins can, clerics can.
Yes, I believe I would be able to when I'm a little bit stronger, but I don't have that ability yet, unfortunately.
isn't there clerics that work in the fighting pits? I thought I mentioned, the king said that.
Yes.
Yes, there are magical means, yes. I may be able to help you.
You roll bad, so you gave yourself advantage.
DM advantage.
I rolled one for both helpers to see if they could spot something. And you see like her walk away for a sec, and she's like kind of looking, and then Vern walks over and kind of tugs, and then like they whisper or talk to each other, and then he goes, and he like kind of like slaps her on the arm, and then he like runs like 3 sections down, and then he like hops up on a ladder like all the way to the top, and then he kind of like scoots down, and he like reaches, gets it, and then comes back down and hands it to her, and it's this scroll tied to a book, and she brings it over and she goes, I believe this might be something you will need. And she opens up to a page, and it has like a sigil on it. It has like some sort of magical ruin, and then she opens the scroll and she goes, this is a spell of remove curse. The book allows you to read through and essentially copy one to another. If you have enough paper to allow yourself to learn, it will be at a cost, but this might help. You will then be able to grant yourself one scroll of
remove curse.
Thank you.
Can anyone do that, or would it have to be a specific?
Like I said, I think mostly wizards, mostly.
Would a sorcerer be able to learn this?
I believe so.
What about a bard?
Or level 1 cleric.
I believe a cleric should be able to, a paladin, and yes, possibly a wizard or sorcerer.
Rail is not feeling well. Maybe when we're in the pits tomorrow, he can spend his time doing that.
Yes, well,
How much money does it cost?
well. Okay, yeah, so cleric, paladin, warlock, wizard, and then a specific type of sorcerer. So I don't know if Bradley would be able to.
Okay, so it would have to be me then.
Seems like my.
Okay. Because I can get that spell when I'm that highest level. I just don't have a level to do it.
Yeah, give me 1 sec.
But this isn't learning this spell. It's just basically casting it through the scroll. Okay. I get the pummel pits.
It seems as if it would be about
9:30.
250 gold.
250.
Yes, and it would have to happen while you are in the confines.
What do you mean by that?
You will not. You will have to do it here. You will not be able to take it out of the library to do so.
Oh, yes, that's totally fine. Now, how long does it usually take the average person to, I guess, learn and scribe it?
I mean, if you are familiar with scriptures and with learning and writing and taking the ruins and weaving them yourselves into your own spells, then yes, it might take an hour or two. If you're unfamiliar or not familiar with doing anything of such, like most wizards know how to do and are trained in those arts, you know, might take 3 or 4.
That's not bad. I think that's no problem. I don't know what time is it?
I would say it's midday.
I don't know about you guys, but I think I might start working on this now first, alright?
Yeah, sounds good to me. I need to go run somewhere anyways.
Yeah, we have an entire day. We might as well.
I did want to join that meeting with. I don't know about that. Never mind. Just be sure to talk to what's his name, author about that hilt of yours.
Yeah, I will. Maybe while you're doing that, I can run over there and.
Maybe, actually, maybe let's discuss this in a minute. We should probably get going, shouldn't we?
Is there any other information I could help you with today?
The only thing I'm looking for is, if you got any book or anything, history on the pummel pits. Anything to rent?
Just the history of how they were made?
I just want to know, like,
She does have a map of the pummel pits.
yeah, a map, strategy guide, anything you.
Just layout of like, the
Strategy
pummel
guide.
pits.
Maybe like
Pummel
how to
pits
survive
101.
how to survive the pummel pits.
Or pummel pits for dummies.
Yeah. No, she doesn't have anything like that.
Okay.
She just does have a map. She's got many
Kind of
copies.
a map or
Yeah. If you want, you can pull it up and kind of show them what the arena looks like.
Yeah, I will. I'll stay in the room then, because I'm assuming that's like probably a private spot I'd be doing it.
I'm assuming Bradley's with. Is he with us?
Yeah, I'd just say yeah.
Because we just need ours.
Can I keep? I mean, I know he's not here, but I would like keep Bradley with me to help decipher the magical part of it. if
Yeah,
that
so
makes
like
sense.
he would. I would say I will give you advantage
like for his help for that part.
to help with like the understanding and like actually inscribing it.
Perfect. That's what exactly I was looking for.
Like he'll like help you correct some things if he feels like they're not quite right.
Yep.
Certain things. And like the nice thing is like this is like essentially like okay, step 1.
Yeah.
All the way down.
Well, and like I want him to like kind of be part of getting his career.
The difference would be is like a wizard a lot of times can like sort of like change it.
Well, don't they have like a skill they can like learn spells in like half the time or something?
And they
too?
like
That's
depending on what
specific
type.
class,
Yeah,
or
what
school
type.
of spell.
Like if you're an abjuration wizard, it's like half the
half
price.
the time.
And then like a lot of times like wizards have the ability to sort of like make them unique for themselves. Or like, if you're not a wizard, a lot of times like you literally have to like buy the book.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Because I mean that's what a wizard does. They take magic and literally learn.
Perfect. So I will do that.
I just
So,
wanted
yeah.
to say thank you, Jordan. I'll be heading off, but I'm sure we'll be speaking again soon. And just stay safe out there.
I will. There's many things for me to read in the time of a moon.
And then I'm gonna
Right
leave.
right
I'm gonna
here's
go
where you
to
guys
the
will start.
Starts Guild.
Okay.
Every person will start in their own corner. And then, and then you can get to this outside or upper there, but you just need means of getting there.
Do we head out?
Yeah.
Okay. One thing I was thinking, when you go to talk to them over at what is it again?
Source ones.
Source ones. Might be a good idea to see if the wizard.
I was gonna see if you can help with the cameras.
That's crazy. Engagement too, because if we can give you just one use, trade that sword. Because we have a wizard sword, right? Not the.
So she's just like only trying to talk to them.
I think we have two things. Then what's the other thing that?
Oh, that's what I'm gonna keep.
We can keep that one. I'm saying we can. We might want to trade that one if it
I'm gonna
helps
try to
us.
sell it to him and
Yeah, and then
Maybe if
but
we
also
get
maybe
more.
get him to clear the curse for us.
that's kind of what I thought.
Oh yeah, the other thing, Darcy, see how
He's he's not in there with you.
we just left.
So
Oh,
we can-
okay.
Let's go to Darius.
I'm just outside the library.
Yep. Doris is
Oh,
just
alright.
posted up outside the
Darcy,
library.
I was thinking with our fighting strategy, we win a couple fights, obviously, like we will.
Here, can I go?
What?
Should I go?
Oh, you can.
Okay.
No, you can stay. No, you can stay here.
Okay.
Unless you're wanting to go. Yeah, we win a couple fights, then I disguise myself, fight against ourselves, but good odds. I purposely throw the fights and get lots of gold.
I think this sounds like a foolproof plan. It can definitely not go wrong.
Okay, sounds good to me.
That was sarcastic.
I'm gonna pretend I don't sense the sarcasm. I'm just gonna, my mind's so positive, and push to the side. I need to go find an armory, somewhere where I can buy armor.
Yeah.
Would you,
Wait, he's gonna do what?
I know I'm not necessarily
We're gonna
fully
let
a
Spice get
Soulsborne
some
guy yet,
name
but
to ourselves, then he's going
can you loan me some money in
disguise
case I,
himself and throw
this is how much
some
I have, I
money
don't know how much
down.
armor's gonna cost.
Yeah, I'll give you
But
all.
maybe just like something temporary.
I'll give you. I'll give you.
Something's
1,000.
great idea.
I'll bring it
Yeah,
back.
I'll trade it.
We'll say if there again, like if there's anything we gotta buy or go through.
Just-
Oh, you're at the end.
area.
Oh.
We're not gonna spend time because we're getting pretty close.
I was gonna say we're kind of approaching 9, but yeah.
I'm gonna go to the source ones.
Okay.
The guild hall.
Yeah.
So yeah, just you, Silver.
Mm-hmm.
So you go to the Silver Swans Guild Hall, and you approach their kind of cottage, cabin, house,
Yeah. And I'll,
and without short notice, Luther.
Oh, Luther, good to see you again.
Yes, you
Do
too.
you mind if I come in?
Thanks. You are welcome.
and I'll go in there.
And he kind of walks away, and you kind of see him tilt his hand back, and the door shuts.
Well, I just thought I'd come over and I wanted to talk to you about the Red Moon, and obviously the king didn't care at all for it, but I'm pretty worried about it, and if we don't do anything about it, there probably won't be a town to even work for.
The king is blinded by his gluttony. What do you know of this red moon?
Not a ton, but some. I just have one question. May I ask, what made you leave Tiger Cove? Xander didn't have too many good things to say about you.
Well,
So I'm just not sure what happened.
to be honest, it's nothing he necessarily did. It's just there's better work in the city. He offered us pay up front, but once we found Skulgar, we kind of found our footing here. Never really went back. To be honest, Skulgar wasn't, or Tiber Cove wasn't really optimistic for expansion and growth. So Skulgar is prosperous. It's profitable, and you can make a name for yourself here.
Yeah, I agree. I guess are you even willing to work with us? I mean,
We have no quarrels with anyone. We are a peaceful party.
just from what I've heard, it's a totally different narrative. From, we were told that you left, abandoned them, and so I just wanted to kind of get an idea of where your mind was, and because I really think that everybody on the Isles need to try to unite as one. If we don't, I don't think we stand a chance. The entire Oakbark army was literally wiped out in a matter of seconds.
The entire Oakbark army.
The entire, and I'm not exaggerating. Tokala was there, Tolam, all gone. All the centaurs, and it was seconds, they were gone. That red moon, when that happens, there's this being. His name is Rhaegal. He's a god of sorts. I've seen him. I've been where he's from.
And Sylvan, when you mentioned Rhaegal, make a Constitution save. DC 15.
Oh, 12.
So, when you mention Rhaegal, you get an immense shot of pain through your temple here. It even causes you to kind of cower down a little bit. And it gets louder and it almost starts to burn the side of your head, and it seems as if your face is almost like gonna melt off. And you take 3 points of psychic damage.
No, this is actually. Okay, it's a 3.
Silver, are you alright?
I don't think so. When I mentioned his name, felt like something was burning inside my brain. And this just goes to show the power he has.
I don't know.
I don't know why it keeps doing that. Somebody must have their. Somebody has their. Well, it says low battery. It must not be charging. I don't know. It'll be fine.
Okay. It's still recording.
Yeah, it's still
Okay.
recording, but.
Sorry, I just noticed that. I don't want to make sure.
Let's just say I had, during the red moon last night,
There's a brown one over
kind
there.
of had,
Yeah.
my sword was making a noise. I didn't know what was happening, and I went in the red light, and I kind of thought Rhaegal.
And I kind of stop myself before I say it.
Mm-hmm.
I thought of his name.
Roll a Constitution save at advantage.
Oh, I got it. 21.
No, yep.
And he came and brought me to wherever his domain is. Told me I have to join him. He said that he's seeing the future and like our party's potential, and something seemed to scare him about that. And he said that his goal is this greater being he's working for, and I saw a throne behind him.
This Rhaegal, what does he look like? What is it?
He looks like kind of like a devil. He has red skin, wings, a giant whip, horns.
Like, what'd you say?
Maybe abyssal?
Give me did you get a glance at this whip?
Yes.
Was it fiery?
I think it was, wasn't it? Yeah.
Do a history check.
Because I remember.
History check at advantage.
5, 2 for each.
Jesus Christ. You're not sure if it was fiery, but you know when he kind of like cracked it, it glowed kind of in that mist.
So what I know is there's a lot going on, and Sandor was actually there. And I'll explain that in a minute. But when he whipped it, it kind of glowed. It was like glowing a certain color.
Yes.
And he reached out, and I was going.
Did he see a sword? Possibly.
I don't remember seeing a sword. He may have. knows when the red moon comes, though, that's when he seems to appear. Because the red moon happened, and we had this crazy guy, he was blind, and he was drawing this picture, and it looked like a winged beast, and he kept saying, he's here, he's here. Didn't really think anything of it. Well, we sooner or later find out, found some footprints, seemed to take off. When I can tell, it was him. Again, last night, there was a church, and with Sandor, he was taking this blood of him. Was not in good shape when we left. That's kind of why we had to leave, because it was basically destined to be destroyed. And from my guess, I think last night when there was the blood moon, I'm guessing that's when they took their chance to take over the rest of Taberco.
The characteristics you've described, in my many years of studying not only spells, but even deities, gods, and demons, devils, creatures of nature, there's very few that choose a whip or a whip-like weapon as their primary weapon of choice. Chain devil's one that's come to mind, but chain devils typically do not have wings.
No, this definitely wasn't very big. I was sitting in the palm of his hand. Now, it might not have been his real size, but somehow he made
an intimidation,
but very large still.
Winged, and you said he was red.
Yes.
This whip, you do believe that it was glowing?
I believe, yes, it was glowing. I remember seeing it.
Well, if the boxes are checked, there's only one being that I know that I've encountered actually in my time here in the Isles. It's what's known as a Baylor. It's a fiend, but you think this one described himself as a god?
Yes, and maybe he wasn't an actual god. He could have just said that. But he said, he said that there was more. Basically, the knowledge that I've gained from another source, a man named Mortimer, is that there's pawns for a greater power, and Rhaegal's a pawn, and his job is to take over Oldstead, and there's other ones at each island. So this is only a small portion of the problem, and their ultimate goal is to take over the Isles, eliminate the gods to unite under one, which is the Queen. And I know I just met you and I'm telling you all this information, but it's because I truly believe deep down, if we're gonna stop this, we have to work together.
Well, so as much as it's a lot to unpack this information you are sharing, but I do not believe there's much that the Silver Swans can offer as far as aid in this fight. We are just a adventuring group out to fill our pockets with gold, as much as I'm sure you guys are as well.
Yeah, we are, but personally, I do everything for a purpose. I'm like, yeah, the gold's nice, but when you die, it's not like the gold's going with you. If you go out and make a name for yourself, that'll carry on forever.
Yes. And you're saying death, no longer carrying gold, making a name for yourself. I'm afraid my time is nearing its end. But for you and your other companions, it seems as this life has just begun for most of you.
Yeah,
Many,
for me especially.
I will not waste your time trying to deal with quarrels outside of your control. I'm trying to get at.
Yeah, but everybody I know care about, I think that this is going to impact them as well. So even though it might be outside my realm of ability, the least you can do is try. Try to save the people that I care about, not only that, but everybody else.
And I get that, Sylvan. But again, you and your party are merely newcomers here. Your word has very little weight. And not that I don't trust you. But I know Captain Sandor does like to exaggerate a little bit, stretch the truth even possibly. Perhaps he might have gotten you under his control.
You can think that, but I know what I've seen, and I know what I believe, and I know the severity of this threat.
Who's to say, I'm not saying this is the case. Who's to say Captain Sandor is still out there and Tyver is actually flourishing? You and your party are employed to scare the kings of Skulagar, get them to flee Skulagar so that Captain Sandor can reclaim the throne.
I don't know where you got that, but that's not true. Sandor's, I don't think he's here anymore. I saw a bunch of soldiers die. The Lee folk are gone. Their whole army's gone. If that's the case, if Sandor's still there, sorry. He might be back someday, but I don't think it's going to be Sandor. He won't be in control.
Is there some way to prove to us that this Rhaegul exists? Or that his army or anything is here, it's coming, or we are in imminent danger? I think that might hold a little bit more substance than just your word.
I don't think so, no.
Well, perhaps that might be a good task for you and your party. Getting some piece of substantial evidence that something is coming. That's a threat far greater than what our king is playing it out to be. I do believe you, Sylvan, but as leader of the Silver Swans, our matters and duties lie within the city, taking many of the bounty board items and handling them. Unfortunately, we just don't have time to investigate this. We've never seen anything. We've seen the Red Moon, yes, it's been a little interesting. It's drawn my curiosity, but nothing outside of that. But if you five were to bring some substantial evidence to the king, I'm sure that would go a long ways.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, maybe. You never know.
I apologize, Sylvan.
No, it's fine. I think we can handle it. We're a pretty strong group. It's gonna be a tough task, and I just want you to know if there comes a point where the king may be trying to go against the tide or wanting to fight them, please try to convince him otherwise. All it's doing is helping their cause, the greater enemy's cause, even though it might be a fight to try to gain power, blah, 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 all this. And in the end, it really doesn't matter, because if we don't unify, there'll be nothing left. We'll either be slaves, servants, who knows?
I see.
Just a forewarning. And so if there comes a time where the king is making a poor choice, I hope, if you're still here, I hope you share some of this knowledge with the people below you, so that when it comes a time for someone like yourself with as much power as you have in the city, you can step up and make the right choice, or have the right input, so the king can make an informed decision, not based off his sole needs of himself and his selfishness.
Roll persuasion check.
17.
Not bad.
You see Luther's expression kind of change. And he kind of looks to his party members who are kind of in the lobby of the house. I will do my best, Sylvan, but as I'm sure you've seen, the king does not. My word only goes so far with the king. He sees only through his own eyes. He acts on his own impulses. But I will say something to the people I've grown connected with here in the city, and some of the generals. I will do my best to make sure they are informed and safe and knowledgeable of the situation.
Well, thank you, and I'll continue doing my part to try and we all will, trying to stop this and go from there.
Aye.
But other than that, I've one last thing to ask, and just curious if you'd be interested, because none of us can use it. I got something that I'm willing to sell to you guys, and possibly if we're kind of dealing with an issue of a curse,
Yes.
and we can't really seem to get rid of it, so first of all,
Bring out the item of the hilt.
this is a magical sword. When you use a spell slide, it will ignite. I'm not sure what it even looks like. I can't do it. I've had it looked at, appraised. They've kind of quoted it around 9,000 gold. So I just thought maybe it'd be something that you could look at. If you want it, I'd sell it to you. And then possibly the curse thing.
Yes. I see this sword. He takes it. And you kind of see some of the descriptions and some of the text alongside the sword. Well, it's definitely an item to be attuned by a wizard. If you do not mind, I could spend a little bit and attune to it and see its full capabilities.
Right now?
This will take 30 minutes now.
Oh, yeah.
Give it back to you. I just want to see if it's.
Yeah, it's fine. I'm curious to see what it does as well.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, you guys create some small talk, and as he's kind of tracing the text and kind of engravings in the sword, and after a little bit, you see Luther kind of reach into his pocket, and he grabs this massive spell book, and he kind of utters some words, and you see some of the text actually flow from the book to the sword, and it starts to fill in and glow around the text, around the sword and the metals and engravings in it, and then kind of all in one it goes and it shoots up this gigantic, almost like a lightsaber sword, and he kind of points it around. This is a very nice item, Sylvan, you have here. And again, it's kind of still gleaming up from that magic that he took from the spell book, and it's kind of shooting. And and it looks like a little bit longer than like a long sword, but it's not like it's like super thick or anything like that. It's kind of like it is described in this photo here. But I do not believe in my days something like this I can pay 9,000 for. It is a very nice item, but I do not believe I'd be willing to part 9 grand for it.
Alright, no, that's okay.
Hands it back to you. He kind of takes the magic out of the sword and hands you back the sword.
Alrighty, well, I think that'll be all. Unless you can help with the curse, but
Let me flip through here.
if not, I think we have a way of dealing with it.
I do have remove curse. Are you the one
No,
that's...
not me. No.
Where are they?
Currently at the library, I think. We're trying to figure out how to get rid of it.
I don't believe this can remove like a very serious curse. I feel like it's just very standard curse, if that makes sense. I don't know how deeply rooted this curse is in your individuals.
Not sure. I'll come back and I'll let you know, but I think we have a way of maybe dealing with it. I just wanted to see if you're an option. So at least you're somebody that can maybe help.
As good graces, and
bonds between the Silver Swans and Soti Molokai, I wouldn't charge anything.
Alright.
I'm not against you, and I wouldn't hope to see the day Soti Molokai falls, so I would help you out.
Well, thank you. I better be off. They're waiting for me. I think I don't know what they're doing. But do you mind if I go introduce myself to the other people?
Oh, Silver Swans?
Yeah.
Please, yes. Please, yes.
Just real quick.
I'll go in there.
You'll see that Lex is the ranger, and she's kind of just like strolling down the halls, like kind of like looking around, just kind of like looking at things. And then she kind of approaches. You approach her, and she goes, "Little Dragonborn."
Yes, my name's Sylvan the Stentorius, member of the Soti Molokai.
Lex.
Good to meet you.
Yeah.
I'll go to the next one.
And you see the cat. He's got 2 daggers, and he's kind of rubbing one on like the table, cleaning it off, and then the other one you see set and he's kind of grinding it on like a slab, sharpening it is what you get the sense of.
I'm not sure what your race is, but we're both unique in our own ways, so the name's Sylvan the Stentorius.
He sets his daggers down,
I have my hand reached out.
rubs his paws. He looks at you, kind of sizes you up. He grabs his daggers. He continues. And Luther. Yes, Sylvan, that is Fang. He doesn't talk.
Oh, alright.
Some people like to joke around and call him Fang Meow, but he doesn't talk ever.
Oh, alright, well, Fang, it was a pleasure to meet you.
And he doesn't even acknowledge. He just continues sharpening.
And then I'll go to the last one, the last guy.
Arthur.
Yeah, Arthur.
And so he's kind of in a room by himself. He's kind of like, he has a pike, and he's got like a training dummy, and he's like kind of hitting it, and then he like kind of like sizes it up and like kind of like strong chests it, and then he just like, and then he just kind of like keeps going at it, and you walk in, and Luther kind of stands at the door, and you walk in, and he like sees you. Of course they let you in.
Yep, I'm here. Just wanted to introduce myself. Sylvan the Stentorius.
Right, yeah, and you're the one who thinks that they can beat us.
I'm not saying I think we can. I have no idea.
Well, it'd be foolish if you would even try. I mean, we are kind of the best. And I, being the soon-to-be leader of the Silver Swans, if not kind of am already, I mean, I am pretty much the best.
Arthur, know your place.
Yes, Father. I mean, my abilities are the best in Skolgar, but yet I'm not the leader.
Well, I recommend your father seems to be quite the leader, and hopefully you learn from him, and we can work together in the future.
I believe everything he has offered me has already been known.
Well, that's good then. Hopefully you learned some things, and it was a pleasure meeting you, though. I must be going.
Yes, we'll see you soon.
Yes, absolutely.
And I'll leave then. I'll head out.
Not shaking his hand.
I had it out. I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And sorry, I didn't accidentally didn't acknowledge it. But as you like kind of hold your hand, you'd be foolish for me to bow to you. And then he turns away.
Well, just a simple handshake.
To me, that is below me. And then he takes his bike and he like starts working with it again.
I'll walk out with Luther then.
Well, it was good to meet everybody, and
Yes.
yeah, it was good. So hopefully you do what you must with that, and we'll be seeing you soon.
And if you do need those curses removed, I'm a viable option.
Thank you. All right.
Come here anytime and we'll help you out.
And then I'll kind of bow my head and I'll head out. And I'll head back to these guys.
Yeah.
I was gonna do one thing when he gets back.
Okay.
In the meantime, is there anything anybody else want to do to fill the space? We'll be down here very short.
I was gonna say, yeah, we're gonna be wrapping things up. We can do the market interaction with the items anyone wanted. Silva, we even could do yours if you wanted to do your glove thing.
I'll let these guys go first.
Okay.
Can we go to the magic item place first?
Yep.
Or not the magic.
Just
yeah,
the-
but like I want to try to find the price for 3 things.
Yeah.
Crossbow.
Please make me.
Dark Seeker's Vest.
Oh
You
yeah,
wanna hand me the items? Yeah.
that one with advantage, right?
With advantage.
God.
So these
14.
14. Okay, yeah.
14. It takes you about 2.5 hours.
Okay.
We have 2 more for the 2 other guys.
That,
Of Bradley's.
Bradley, yeah. So, kind of thought it was going to take a little bit longer, so it's nice. You pretty much shaved off an hour and a half.
Cool.
But yeah, I would say it'd take a little bit longer than 2.5. But yeah, you get it done, and you now have a scroll of Remove Curse.
Perfect. And you said to cast it, how much gold is it?
So no, to inscribe it
Is that much?
is that much.
Okay.
Give me 1 sec. I'm going to give you some details here.
Yes.
I mean, you could put it in your spell thing for now. And then, so like, as you're going through this too, so it was 250 gold.
Okay.
You know that it is only visual and cinematic, so you do not need any material components whatsoever. So, yeah.
Price is listed out on.
And you know it is a level 3 spell, it's Abjuration, it is 1 action and touch.
Okay. Then last thing I'm gonna do is see if there's any kind of armor shop or whatnot. I'm gonna look to see if they have any heavy armor.
Okay. Yeah, there is a like armor shop in the city.
Yeah.
You guys know it to be the Steel Snake.
Yeah, I'll have it Steel Snake.
Okay. And so every armory has like the base, different types of chain, like plate mail, scale mail, chain mail, all that stuff. So you don't have access to like any sort of armor you want. It's the magical stuff that like is kind of unique to each shop to shop.
Okay.
So yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna walk in. Hello, sir.
And you, again, kind of similar aspect to Argrim and Tiber Cove. Guys hammering on an anvil and hello there.
I'm looking to purchase some armor. Don't really have a whole lot right now, but looking for something heavy or something that can give me a decent amount of protection. I don't have the most money in the world, but I'm willing to work for it or pay a little bit.
Well, you're looking for medium, heavy, light?
I'd like to see your heavy and medium options, but preferably heavy for the situation.
Alright. Well, so he kind of shows out the heavy armor first. I have plate, splint, chain, and ring.
I'm not much of an armor guy. What would you recommend? I'm looking for strictly battle situations. Not really an everyday wear.
Well, to wear heavy armor, you have to be able to wear it. Are you able to wear heavy armor?
Yes.
Yes, okay. You look a little thin. I wasn't sure if you're up to the task wearing such bulky armor.
No, I am. I'm not sure exactly where I got it from, but I do have the proficiency, so.
Alright, well, plate armor, that's going to be your most expensive. That's 1,500 gold.
Okay.
But it boosts your defense tremendously, putting your armor class to 18 specifically.
Okay.
Splint, cheaper, 17 AC. Chainmail, cheaper than that, 16 AC. And then ringmail, cheaper than that, 14 AC. All of these have disadvantage on your stealth, though. So, a few of these have strength requirements. Are you sure you have the required?
I don't think I require much strength now that you say that. What is the lowest option strength wise?
Ring mail doesn't require one,
Okay.
but chainmail requires a 13.
Yeah, I'd probably what do you got medium armor wise?
Oh yes, we have a half plate. Again, none of these require strength, being strong.
Okay.
A few of them do impose disadvantage on stealth.
Okay.
The half plate does.
What's your highest AC in medium armor?
15 plus dex modifier, max of 2.
How much do you have for that one?
That'd be the half plate. I could do 1,200 for that. Next would be breastplate. I could do 1,000 for that, but it's 14 plus 2 dex, so 16 max.
Okay. Wait, that was how much? 14 plus 2?
Yep. 14 base AC plus your dex mod.
And what was the one before that? How much was that?
15 plus 2, so 17 max.
17 max. Okay. I'm gonna give me 1 second, quick. I'm gonna go sprint and find. I'll be back.
All right.
I'm gonna sprint and find Sylvan.
Yeah, we'll say if you want to give him the gold to do this, we could just say you have it.
He's like,
He
you
gives
get
me, yeah, it's 1,200. You mind if I take 600 of that? 600 my own.
Oh,
No, I'm fine with that. Yeah.
Okay. So I'm gonna hand them back.
Okay.
I'm gonna buy. You said the half plate was the 17 max AC.
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
I'm gonna do some of that, please.
All right. We can get that ready to go for you. I'll remind you to do the really custom fitted, and you kind of starts taking some measurements of your own body. We'll get that out to you an hour or two.
Perfect. I will sit here and.
But yeah, we'll say he kind of metrofix it to your specific body type, and with that you can add a half plate of armor.
Yeah, and we'll say this happens at the same time as we have Sigmund doing the remove curse spell.
Okay.
While Sylvan is out, you're doing the same exact thing, and like within that amount of time, because it takes him about 2.5 hours, you come back before he's even done,
Okay.
or right as he's getting done, and you have that. You have your deeds done. What we're gonna do is
That's
600.
is
85.
during this time.
that one.
During this time, though, I'm gonna have everybody kind of group in, because then we can stop that, and then we can do all of this outside of the video.
Yeah.
So while you are inscribing, Troya goes and kind of like runs around and does some other things. You see Vern kind of running around at the same time. But like every once in a while, you like kind of take that, little 2-minute like study break, every once in a while, and you see like Troya is like running around like a bat out of hell.
Mm-hmm.
She's like going upstairs, she's going to the top, and you see her in a corner one time, like looking for certain things. As you all kind of like reconvene, I'm assuming at the library while he is finishing up, she comes like sprinting up to you, like a pile of books in one hand, or like in her like holding them,
Mm-hmm.
and you like kind of like get done, and you're like kind of like exhausted, like brains kind of pounding, and she kind of like sets them down, and like a couple of books like scatter across the table. She goes, I had thought of something. Only other time in history that a red moon has had caused issue was 323 years ago. When the First Great War had ended and the New Age started. When the gods were sent away. And there is one God, because of this great war, who ascended. There were other betrayer gods, and there was another God who had taken a place of another and created this moon. And it wasn't until I saw you, Sigmund, that made it click. That it wasn't until the third moon of light had been shown that the red moon had started to have
here are the books, and she starts handing one on Horus Ray, one on just all of the gods and the moons. There's one on moon cycles. There's one on what's called ley lines. There's one where it's essentially a net around the world that acts as a barrier to gods having influence anymore, physical influence. And she goes, in this book, and she hands another one, and it shows, and it is not even a book per se, but it is a ledger of all the times that the red moon had occurred, and then there's something that had followed with it. And she goes, until that point, we had never had anything like this. But it wasn't until then, when all of the gods were scattered. The moon, once ever, through an entire year, at certain points connected to the ley lines, had an impact on the world. And it seems that we're going through a year again. And someone, I believe these gods that we speak of, are maybe forcing this to happen.
So you think the gods, the actual gods, are making this happen?
Maybe.
Or the
only other time in history that the red moon had shown signs of influence on lycanthropy, on anything. And the fact that multiple times, I mean, it's happened twice in 2 weeks. That the only time it's ever happened like that before has been 323 years ago.
Do you believe another great war is coming? Because that is what I fear.
If all goes wrong, yes. Possibly. But the other thing is, because of this happening, it has been there we have seen birth of new gods of great power that has helped us around the world. Then it was good and bad. But I don't see this as good right now. Especially that you have said that this Ragul being, although never being heard of this god, maybe he's trying to use this as his own means. I believe there's connection. And you may take these. And she shoves the books.
Tito, eat 'em.
Tito. Is that $5?
Yes. One on the ley lines, one on the phase of the moon, ledger of the red moon appearances, one on Horus Ray specifically, and one on all the gods of the moon. Because there are multiple in different pantheons.
Troy, I was just wondering, do you know an author with the initials IE?
I'll pull out one of the books.
Okay.
So they're the magic-based books with IE.
So she takes it from you. And she inspects it. And she goes, This is of worth, my friend.
These books are?
Oh, anything with him, yes. The High Herald, the Silver Stag, he's a great bard of time.
Oh, he's a bard.
Yes.
So what's his name? Silver Stag?
Well, his real name is Ilvarathale Everstone. I will spell it for you.
Okay.
ILVARTHAELE.
One more time.
ILVARTHAELE.
Okay. And you said Everstone.
Everstone.
Yes, I came across these books and I was looking for a common author in them, and
Oh, I guess it's a woman. She is a trading part. She was also known as a lore master. She's a great scribe, great herald of our times. And she actually, she opens one of the books she just gave you, and it is the one of all gods of the moon, and it has that name on it as well.
Oh, that's pretty cool. So, should I keep these books?
Yeah, I mean, unless you want to sell them to me, I would pay a price. But wherever you found these, they are of great importance. I'm assuming. I mean, we very rarely get any of her work.
Is she still alive?
Oh no, she has been long gone. But her name lives in infamy. She is one of the greatest.
Well, that's good. How much would these books cost?
Oh man.
Sorry, I just.
I truthfully cannot. You should have them.
Okay. All right. No, I wasn't gonna sell. I was just curious.
I mean, you could give us a quote, and we can knock off some of the price for you as well if needed for your help for all the information you provided.
Oh, this is no charge what I've helped with today.
I know that, but you've helped us a lot more than what you can imagine, I believe.
Well, let's just say there is a specific place in many places in the realm, but there's a specific place that you may or may not want to keep that book for.
All right. Yeah, we'll keep it.
If you've ever heard of a place called the Candlekeep,
Oh yeah.
you will maybe want that to gain access.
So that would be.
Which one was written by her as well?
It is all the gods of the moon.
All the guys.
And like even like opening it and like seeing the script and how she writes and just like the specific way that she writes and tells a story and gives information, you can like see how much more sophisticated and how much like greater it is to read compared to a lot of other things you've read.
Sweet. Yeah. Awesome.
Yeah, that
Oh, thank you again.
that
and
is
I will
priceless.
hold on to them. I'll keep this bag safe with me. Anyways, we should probably cure some curses.
I did learn one. I have a scroll. Maybe we can do it back in the room or something. Did you? How'd your conversation go with Luther?
It was good. He said he could help us get rid of the curses.
Oh, he could.
For no charge, yeah.
Oh,
You can do that. I mean, maybe for today, because you can get one use out of yours. Is yours prepared?
yeah, I can save mine. Let's go talk to Luther first, and if it doesn't work, I can use one today and come back tomorrow.
Well, let's at least try with one first.
Yes, for sure. If it's free of charge, I mean, you know, just keep this for future use, or, I mean, I'm sure someone's willing to buy it. I may have lost a couple of pieces of gold, but that's no big deal.
Yeah.
Alright, yeah. Sounds like a plan to me.
Alright. We're gonna head to Silverstone.
And we're gonna go remove some curses. Alright. Let's go ahead and wrap that up for tonight. Go ahead and stop that. And yeah, we'll finish up here. Click on anything else.